Hello there, my dreamy travelers. Tonight, beneath the quiet shimmer of moonlight, we'll wander into the story of midnight sun. The same rain-soaked halls, the same forbidden love, but now seen through different eyes. A world where every thought becomes a whisper, where danger and devotion intertwine, and where one mind remained beautifully, impossibly silent. So, close your eyes, breathe in the cool night air, and let this mirror of twilight carry you into a world where the darkness holds its own truth and dreams never end. Edward Anthony Mason was 17 years old when he died. He would remain 17 forever after, frozen in that precise moment between boyhood and manhood. Never aging, never changing, never moving forward into the life his mother had dreamed for him. But first, he had to live. And living in Chicago in the autumn of 1918 meant navigating a city under siege by an enemy no one could see. No one could fight, no one could escape. The Spanish influenza had arrived in late September, carried into the heartland by soldiers returning from the Great War. It spread through the cramped tenements and elegant brownstones with democratic efficiency, respecting neither wealth nor poverty, neither youth nor age. By October, the death toll climbed so high that the city ran out of coffins. Edward remembered the smell of it. Even now, decades later, the memory remained vivid and terrible. The smell of sickness, of bodies burning with fever, of death creeping through the streets like fog rolling off Lake Michigan. The city had tried to maintain order, tried to pretend that civilization could withstand this invisible assault. Schools closed, theaters shuttered, public gatherings were banned. People wore white gauze masks over their faces when they ventured outside, as if cotton could stop what was already in the air they breathed, in the droplets they exhaled. In the very atmosphere of the dying city, the Mason family lived on the north side, in a respectable neighborhood where the houses stood shoulder to shoulder, brick and stone testaments to the prosperity of Chicago's merchant class. Edward's father, Edward Sr., was a lawyer with a practice downtown. His mother, Elizabeth, managed their household with the graceful efficiency expected of women of her station. They were not wealthy, not in the sense of the great industrialist families whose names graced buildings and museums, but they were comfortable. They had plans. Edward would attend university, would perhaps follow his father into law, would marry well, and give Elizabeth the grandchildren she already doted upon in imagination. The influenza cared nothing for their plans. Edward's father fell ill first in early October. He came home from his office one evening complaining of a headache, and by morning his fever was climbing toward 104 degrees. Elizabeth nursed him with determined calm, applying cool compresses, forcing water and broth past his cracked lips, sitting vigil beside his bed through the long nights. Edward helped where he could, but his mother insisted he stay back, keep his distance, protect himself from the contagion. It made no difference. Within days, Edward felt the first symptoms. The headache that split his skull like an axe, The ache that settled into his bones as if his skeleton were attempting to tear itself free from his flesh. The fever that climbed and climbed until the world became a watercolor painting, shapes and colors bleeding together without meaning. His father died on a Tuesday. Edward was too ill to attend whatever funeral could be arranged, too lost in the fever to fully comprehend that the man who had taught him to tie his tie, who had taken him to baseball games at Cubs Park, who had awkwardly attempted to explain the facts of life with clinical detachment, was simply gone. Elizabeth did not have time to grieve properly. She was fighting for her surviving son's life. The hospital was overwhelmed, corridors lined with the dying, nurses and doctors working until they collapsed from exhaustion. Elizabeth had resisted bringing Edward there, had wanted to care for him at home, but as his condition worsened, she had no choice. She couldn't manage the fever, couldn't stop the fluid filling his lungs, couldn't do anything but watch him drown from the inside. So she bundled him into their automobile, drove him through streets gone eerily quiet, and carried him into the chaos of Chicago's overflowing medical facilities. A young doctor, impossibly pale and inhumanly beautiful, was working the night shift. Dr. Carlisle Cullen had appeared at the hospital only weeks before, volunteering his services during the crisis. He worked tirelessly, never seeming to tire, never eating, never resting. The other staff found him strange, but were too grateful for his help to question his peculiarities. He was the one who admitted Edward, who helped Elizabeth settle her son onto a cot in a hallway because there were no more beds, no more rooms, no more space for the dying. Elizabeth herself was feverish by then, though she fought to hide it, fought to remain coherent and present for her son. She must have known she was dying too, must have felt the sickness taking root in her lungs. But she sat beside Edward's cot, holding his burning hand in her own, and she prayed. Edward's human memories of those final days were fragmentary, fever-shattered pieces of a broken mirror. He remembered pain, the sensation of drowning on dry land. He remembered his mother's voice, though not always her words. He remembered the fear that this was all there was. 17 years, and then nothing, an ending before anything had truly begun. But there was one memory that remained crystalline and perfect, preserved in the amber of that impossible night. His mother, leaning close, her eyes bright with fever, but sharp with a desperate intelligence. Dr. Cullen standing nearby, checking another patient, his face carefully neutral, and Elizabeth Marson, speaking words that would echo through eternity. Save him. Her voice was barely a whisper, ravaged by the fluid in her lungs. Promise me, doctor. Do whatever it takes. He's all I have. He's everything. You must save him. Dr. Cullen had turned, and Elizabeth had looked at him with eyes that saw too much, that understood things she should not have been able to understand. You can save him, she said, and it was not a question. I know you can. I don't understand how, but I know. Others here are beyond help, but he's young, he's strong. Do it. Give him what he needs to survive. She squeezed Edward's hand one final time, and then she was being moved by nurses, taken to a bed in the women's ward. Edward tried to call out to her, tried to reach for her, but his body wouldn't obey. The fever had stolen his voice, his strength, everything but the terrible awareness that his mother was leaving, and he would never see her again. He was right. Elizabeth Mason died in the early hours of the morning, her final thoughts not for herself but for her son. for the strange, pale doctor she had entrusted with his salvation. Carlyle Cullen kept his promise. Edward did not remember being moved, did not remember Carlyle carrying him from the hospital with inhuman speed, spiriting him away to a place where what needed to happen could happen unseen. But he remembered waking in a room that was not the hospital, remembered the scent of something old and clean, remembered candlelight flickering against unfamiliar walls, and he remembered Carlyle's face, inhuman and beautiful, leaning close. "I'm sorry," Carlyle said, and there was genuine sorrow in his voice. "I'm so sorry, Edward, but I made your mother a promise, and this is the only way I can keep it." Edward tried to speak, tried to ask what was happening, but his body still wouldn't respond. He was paralyzed by weakness, by the fever consuming him from the inside. Then Carlyle's mouth was at his throat, and Edward felt teeth break through his skin. The pain was immediate but distant, overshadowed by the greater agony of the influenza. He felt Carlyle drinking, felt his blood leaving his body, felt his already racing heart stutter and fail. "This is death," Edward thought with surprising clarity. "This is how I die." But then there was something else, something entering where blood was leaving. Venom, though Edward had no name for it then. He felt it spreading through his veins, like liquid fire, following the pathways of his circulatory system, reaching every cell, every nerve, every fiber of his dying body. And then Carlyle pulled away, and Edward was alone with the burning. The transformation took 3 days. Later, Carlyle would explain the process with clinical precision. The venom worked systematically, rewriting human biology at the cellular level, replacing what was mortal with something designed to last forever. It traveled through the bloodstream, through the lymphatic system, infiltrating organs and tissues and bone. It rewrote DNA, restructured proteins, transformed the vulnerable machinery of human life into something that could not age, could not sicken, could not die, except through very specific violence. But understanding the mechanics did nothing to diminish the experience of it. For 3 days, Edward burned. The fever of influenza had been terrible, a heat that made his skin feel too tight and his brain feel like it was boiling in his skull. The fire of transformation was something else entirely. It was not heat from illness, but heat from change, from every cell simultaneously dying and being reborn as something other. He could not move, could not scream, though every instinct demanded it. His body was rigid, locked in place by the venom's work, forcing him to simply endure as the fire consumed him from the inside out. His heart continued to beat, faster and faster, working overtime to pump venom through his system. He could hear it, a frantic drumming that seemed impossibly loud. Later, he would understand that his hearing was already changing, already becoming something more than human. But in the moment, it was simply another form of torture. The sound of his own racing heartbeat, counting down the seconds of an eternity of burning. Time became meaningless. There was only the fire, only the pain, only the endless waiting for it to stop. Edward existed in a space beyond rational thought, beyond anything but pure sensation. This was hell, he decided, in those moments when he could still form coherent ideas. This was damnation. His mother had begged the doctor to save him, but instead, she had damned him to burn forever. But then, gradually, impossibly, the fire began to recede. It withdrew like a tide going out, leaving behind something that was no longer quite human. His heart, which had been beating so frantically, began to slow, slower, slower, until it stopped entirely, and Edward lay in absolute stillness, wondering if this was death after all. Then his eyes opened. The room blazed with light, though it was only candlelight, the same dim flickering he'd seen before. But now it seemed bright as the sun, every detail sharp and clear. He could see the grain of wood in the floorboards, could count the threads in the curtains, could trace every crack in the plaster ceiling. He sat up in one fluid motion, no weakness, no lingering illness, no sense of the dying boy he'd been just days before. His body responded with a precision and power that felt utterly foreign. Carlyle was there, sitting in a chair by the window, watching with eyes that glowed faintly golden in the candlelight. "How do you feel?" Carlyle asked gently. Edward opened his mouth to answer, and heard his own voice, clearer and more resonant than it had ever been in life. "Strange," he said. "Everything is so loud, so bright. I can hear." He stopped, tilting his head, listening to sounds that shouldn't have been audible. Footsteps 3 floors below. A conversation happening on the street outside. The rustle of fabric as Carlyle shifted in his chair. The complete absence of his own heartbeat. "Am I dead?" Edward asked. "In a manner of speaking," Carlyle said carefully. "Your human life is over, Edward, but you're not gone. You've been transformed into something else, something that, in legends and folklore, is called a vampire." The word should have been absurd, should have belonged to penny dreadfuls and gothic novels, not to reality. But looking at Carlyle, at his impossible beauty and his too still face, at the way he sat without breathing, Edward understood it was true. "What have you done to me?" The words came out as a whisper. "I kept my promise to your mother," Carlyle said. "I saved your life in the only way I could. I know this is not what you expected, not what you would have chosen, but you were dying, Edward. In hours, you would have been gone. I offered you the only alternative to death, but I am dead," Edward said, and even as he spoke, he was becoming aware of other changes. The way he could smell everything, sense layered upon sense, with a complexity his human nose could never have distinguished. The way his skin felt wrong, too hard, too cold. The way his body seemed capable of absolute stillness. No fidgeting, no unconscious movements, just perfect immobility. "You're immortal," Carlyle corrected. "You will not age. You will not sicken. You will not die unless you're killed in very specific ways. You've been given eternity, Edward." "I didn't want eternity," Edward said. "I wanted my life." Carlyle's expression filled with sorrow. "I know, and I'm sorry, but your life was ending, and your mother begged me to save you. I couldn't refuse her, not when I had the power to grant her last wish." They sat in silence for a long moment. Edward became aware of something else now, something beneath all the other overwhelming sensations, a burning in his throat, a terrible thirst that seemed to claw at him from the inside. "What is this?" he asked, his hand going to his throat. "This feeling, thirst," Carlyle said quietly. "The thirst for blood. It's part of what you are now. What we are. We need blood to survive. Edward, human blood sustains us best, but I've found we can survive on animal blood if we choose to. Human blood." The words sent a visceral shock through Edward. He was a monster now, a creature that preyed on his own former species. The boy who had attended church with his mother, who had studied Latin and mathematics, who had planned to go to university and become a respectable man, was gone. In his place was something that needed to drink blood to survive. "I can't," Edward said. "I won't. I'm not a murderer." "I know," Carlyle said. "Neither am I. That's why we'll hunt animals. It's harder, less satisfying, but it allows us to live without taking human life. I can teach you, Edward. I can show you how to exist as I do, how to retain your humanity even in this inhuman state." The thirst was growing stronger, impossible to ignore. Edward could smell something now, beneath all the other scents, something that called to him with a terrible insistence. Blood, living blood, the humans in the building around them, their hearts pumping that precious fluid through their veins. "I can hear them," Edward whispered. "Their heartbeats. I can hear everyone's heartbeat." "Your senses are vastly enhanced," Carlyle explained. "You'll learn to filter it, to tune out what you don't need to focus on. But yes, you'll always be aware of the humans around you, their sounds, their scents, their—" He paused. "Their thoughts." Edward looked at him sharply. "Thoughts. Some of us develop additional gifts," Carlyle said carefully. "I've begun to suspect you might be one of them. Try, Edward. Listen, not with your ears, but with your mind. Tell me what you hear." Edward closed his eyes, uncertain what he was supposed to be doing. But then, gradually, he became aware of something beyond the physical sounds. Voices, dozens of them, hundreds of them, a cacophony of internal monologues bleeding into his consciousness. A woman 3 floors down, worrying about her sick child. A man on the street, calculating the day's profits from his shop. A nurse in a nearby hospital, bone-tired, and wondering if she would survive the epidemic that had claimed so many of her colleagues. "I can hear them," Edward said, his eyes snapping open. "I can hear what they're thinking." Carlyle nodded slowly. "A gift and a burden. You'll never know privacy again, Edward. You'll always hear the thoughts of those around you. Always know what they truly think, what they truly want, what they truly are, beneath the masks they show the world." Edward sat back, overwhelmed. Immortality, thirst for blood, the ability to hear minds. He had died and been reborn as a monster with abilities beyond human comprehension. "My mother," he said suddenly. "My mother, is she?" The look on Carlyle's face was answer enough. "I'm sorry, Edward. She passed hours after you were taken. The influenza claimed her. I couldn't save her as I saved you. Her condition was too advanced, and I couldn't do to her what I did to you without her explicit consent." Edward felt something crack inside him. His mother was gone. His father was gone. His entire human life erased in the span of days. Everyone he'd known, everyone he'd loved, simply gone. And he remained, frozen at 17, transformed into something that would outlive everyone he would ever meet. The grief should have been overwhelming, but somehow it felt distant, muted. Another thing the transformation had stolen from him, the ability to feel with human depth and intensity. "What happens now?" Edward asked. "Now," Carlyle said gently, "I teach you to survive. I show you how to hunt, how to control your thirst, how to exist in the world without revealing what you are. It won't be easy. The first years are the hardest, but you'll learn, Edward. You'll adapt, and perhaps, someday, you'll find meaning in this existence." Edward looked down at his hands, pale and hard as marble, strong enough to crush stone. "I don't want to be a monster," he whispered. "Then don't be," Carlyle said. "Being a vampire doesn't mean you must be a monster. You have a choice in what you become, Edward. The thirst is part of your nature now, but how you respond to it, how you choose to live, that remains your decision. And so Edward's immortal life began, there in that room in Chicago, while the influenza continued to rage through the city, claiming thousands more lives. His human existence had ended at 17, but his vampire existence stretched forward into an eternity he hadn't asked for and wasn't certain he wanted. He learned to hunt, stalking deer and elk through the forests outside the city, learning to take only what he needed while leaving his prey alive when possible. The animal blood helped, dulled the thirst to a manageable ache, but it was never truly satisfying. He was always thirsty, always aware of the humans around him, their blood singing to him with a siren call he had to continuously resist. He learned to move among humans, to mimic their patterns, to remember to breathe and fidget, and perform all the small unconscious actions that marked living beings. It was exhausting, this constant performance, this pretending to be what he was no longer, and he learned to live with the voices. The thoughts of those around him poured into his consciousness in an endless stream. He heard their fears and desires, their petty cruelties and small kindnesses, their secret shames and private joys. He knew what the shopkeeper really thought about his customers. He knew which of his neighbors were having affairs. He knew the dark fantasies that lurked in minds that seemed perfectly civilized on the surface. It was too much. Too many secrets. Too much truth. Too little privacy. He couldn't shut it out. Couldn't find silence anywhere except in rare moments alone in the wilderness, miles from any human settlement. Carlyle tried to help. He was endlessly patient, endlessly kind, treating Edward like the son he'd never had in his own 3 centuries of existence. He explained the world of vampires, the loose society they formed, the few rules that governed them. Don't draw attention. Don't reveal what you are. Don't create immortal children. The Volturi, the ancient vampire royalty in Italy, enforced these laws with absolute cruelty when they were broken. But for the most part, vampires were solitary creatures, occasionally forming covens, but more often roaming alone, hunting and feeding, and existing through the endless march of years. Carlyle was different. He'd chosen a different path centuries ago, had committed himself to abstaining from human blood, to using his immortality to help rather than harm. He practiced medicine, putting himself in situations where the scent of blood was overwhelming, using it as a test of his control. Over the centuries, he developed an almost superhuman resistance to the thirst. Edward admired him, but Edward was not Carlyle. The thirst clawed at him constantly, and the voices in his head grew louder and more insistent as the years passed. He could hear humans' thoughts about their friends, their families, their daily concerns. But he could also hear darker things. Murderers thinking about their victims, rapists planning their assaults, men who hurt their wives and children, who stole and cheated and destroyed without remorse. And Edward began to think about justice. He left Carlisle in 1927. The decision came after nearly a decade of living by Carlyle's philosophy, nearly a decade of choking down animal blood and resisting the call of human prey. He told himself he would continue to follow Carlyle's principles, would continue to abstain from harming the innocent. But the guilty, the evil, those who preyed on others without conscience, why should they be spared? Edward became a hunter of hunters. He stalked the streets of Chicago and later other cities, using his mind-reading ability to find the darkest souls, the men who planned murder and worse. He would follow them, would listen to their thoughts until he was certain of their guilt, until he knew beyond doubt that they were irredeemable, and then he would kill them, quickly, efficiently, draining them of blood and disposing of their bodies where they wouldn't be found. He told himself it was justice, that he was saving the innocent by removing the guilty. He told himself that these men deserved what he was doing to them, that he was performing a service. But the blood, the human blood he'd resisted for so long, it sang in his veins like music, like coming home after a long exile. It satisfied the thirst in a way animal blood never could, filling him with warmth and strength and a terrible addictive pleasure. He spent 5 years as a vigilante, as a monster hunting monsters, and slowly, inexorably, he began to see what he'd become. He could hear his victims' thoughts as he killed them, could feel their fear and pain, could witness the moment when life left them, and he understood that what he was doing, regardless of his justifications, was murder. He was a killer, not because he hunted evil men, but because he'd let himself become addicted to the act itself, to the blood, to the power of deciding who deserved to live and who deserved to die. In 1932, Edward returned to Carlisle. He appeared on Carlisle's doorstep in Wisconsin, where Carlisle was then living, and he confessed everything, every kill, every rationalization, every moment of enjoying what he'd been doing. Carlisle listened without judgment, and when Edward finished, Carlisle simply opened his arms, and Edward collapsed into them, and for the first time since his transformation, he wept. "I don't want to be a monster," Edward said, the same words he'd spoken all those years ago in Chicago. "Then come home," Carlisle said. "Come back to the life we built together. It won't be easy. The thirst will always be there. But you can choose a different path, Edward. You can choose to be more than what you fear." And so Edward returned to Carlisle's way, returned to hunting animals, returned to the constant struggle against his nature. But he carried the weight of those 5 years with him, the memory of what he'd done, what he'd become when he'd let himself give in to the monster inside. The decades that followed blurred together in a haze of sameness. Carlisle gathered others like them, vampires who chose to resist their nature. First there was Esme, the woman who'd thrown herself from a cliff in grief, and whom Carlisle had saved. Then Rosalie, beautiful and bitter, broken by human violence and transformed against her will. Then Emmett, mauled by a bear and saved by Rosalie's compassion. Then Alice and Jasper, arriving together with Alice's visions guiding them to Carlisle's family. They became a coven, a family. They moved from place to place every few years, always staying ahead of notice, always maintaining the illusion of humanity. They attended high school again and again, the same meaningless curriculum repeated endlessly. They integrated into communities and then left before anyone noticed they didn't age. Edward went through the motions. He played his role, but inside he remained hollow. The voices never stopped. He knew what everyone around him thought, knew their secrets and lies and true natures. There was no one whose mind was closed to him, no one who remained mysterious, no one who could surprise him. He'd resigned himself to eternal loneliness, to existing without truly connecting, without finding someone who could be unknowable, unpredictable, real, until Forks, Washington, until January of 2005, until a Monday in biology class, until Bella Swan walked into his life and changed everything. Monday, January 17th, 2005. A date that would be seared into Edward's consciousness forever. though he couldn't have known it when he woke that morning in his room on the third floor of the Cullen house. It was just another day in an endless procession of days, another rotation through the tedious performance of being human, of attending high school for what must have been the 20th time in his long existence. Forks. Washington suited the Cullens perfectly. Rain fell nearly every day, keeping the skies grey and overcast, eliminating the problem that had driven them from their last home. Sunlight was their great inconvenience, the one thing that immediately revealed them as other, not because it burned them, not because it caused them pain, but because it made them sparkle like crystal, like beings carved from diamond rather than flesh. Forks gave them the gift of perpetual cloud cover, allowing them to move freely without fear of exposure. Edward had grown to tolerate the town, if not quite like it. The high school was small, barely 300 students, which made the social dynamics simpler to navigate. Everyone knew everyone, which also meant they knew the Cullen family's carefully constructed story, the adopted children of Dr. Carlyle Cullen and his wife Esme, living together in their beautiful house outside town, polite but distant, beautiful but strange. The thoughts of Forks High School's student body were numbingly familiar to Edward by now. He'd been attending for nearly 2 years, sitting through the same classes, hearing the same internal monologues. Jessica Stanley thinking about boys and fashion and her rivalry with Lauren Mallory. Mike Newton's thoughts oscillating between sports and which girl he wanted to ask out next. Angela Weber's quiet kindness and self-doubt. Tyler Crowley's oblivious confidence. Eric Yorkie's desperate desire to be noticed. Edward heard all of it. The constant stream of teenage concerns washing over him like background noise. He'd learned to tune most of it out, to let the voices become a blur of sound he didn't have to actively process. Only when something particularly interesting or disturbing surfaced would he pay attention, would he focus on the specifics of what he was hearing. That Monday morning began like any other. Edward drove his siblings to school in his Volvo, listening to their thoughts rather than their words. Alice was seeing visions of the day ahead, mostly mundane, nothing alarming. A pop quiz in calculus. Jessica Stanley would spill coffee on her shirt at lunch, nothing that required intervention or concern. Jasper was carefully controlling his own thirst, preparing himself mentally for another day surrounded by humans. It was harder for him than the rest of them, his empathic abilities, making him feel the bloodlust of his family members, along with his own, creating a feedback loop that required constant vigilance to manage. Edward felt a surge of sympathy for his brother, for the particular torture of Jasper's gift. Rosalie was thinking about her car, about a modification she wanted to make to the engine. Her thoughts were cool and distant, carefully avoiding the topic she knew Edward could hear. She still resented his relationship with the family, still believed he'd received special treatment from Carlyle. Edward tried not to take it personally. Rosalie had her own pain, her own reasons for the walls she built. Emmett was thinking about a hunting trip he wanted to plan for the weekend, already imagining tracking a bear through the Olympic Mountains. His thoughts were always the most straightforward, the least complicated. Edward envied him that simplicity. They arrived at the school parking lot just as the first bell rang. Students were converging on the buildings, hunched against the rain, their thoughts a cacophony of Monday morning complaints. Edward grabbed his bag and headed toward his first class, already resigned to another day of mind-numbing repetition. English, trigonometry, Spanish, lunch in the cafeteria, where the Cullens sat at their usual table, isolated from the other students by unspoken agreement. Edward picked at the food on his tray, moving it around to create the illusion of eating while listening to the thoughts swirling around them. Mike Newton was staring at Jessica Stanley, working up courage to ask her to some dance. Jessica was aware of his attention but pretending not to be, playing the game of teenage courtship with practiced ease. Angela Weber was worried about an English paper. Tyler Crowley was hungover and trying to hide it. The same thoughts, the same concerns, the same tedious drama playing out on repeat. Edward felt the familiar weight of boredom settling over him, the sense that he was trapped in a loop from which there was no escape. Then Alice went rigid beside him. Her visions always manifested physically. She would freeze, her eyes going distant and unfocused, her mind suddenly inaccessible to Edward as she watched futures unfold. Usually, her visions were brief, flashes of moments, minutes, or hours ahead, but this one held her for nearly 30 seconds, long enough that Jasper put a hand on her arm in concern. When she came back, her eyes found Edward's immediately, and he saw something in them he couldn't quite identify. Excitement? Concern? Both? "What did you see?" he asked quietly, pitched low enough that only vampire hearing could catch it. "Someone new is coming," Alice said. "A girl. She's going to be in your biology class this afternoon." Edward felt a flicker of interest despite himself. New students were rare in Forks. The town was too small, too isolated, too unremarkable to attract many newcomers. "And I can't see her clearly," Alice said, and now he heard the frustration in her voice. "She's there, but fuzzy, indistinct, like she's surrounded by static." That was unusual. Alice's visions were rarely unclear unless someone was actively making decisions that changed potential futures. "What does that mean?" "I don't know," Alice admitted. "But she's important, Edward. I can feel it. She's going to change things." Edward wanted to dismiss it, wanted to tell Alice that one new student couldn't possibly matter, couldn't possibly disrupt the careful stasis of their existence. But Alice's visions were never wrong, and the intensity in her eyes made him uneasy. "I'll be careful," he said finally, and Alice nodded, though she didn't look entirely reassured. Biology was the last class of the day. Edward entered the classroom and took his usual seat at the black-topped lab table in the middle of the room. The chair beside him had been empty for weeks, his last lab partner having moved away just after Christmas break. He'd enjoyed the solitude, the small buffer of space between himself and the humans whose thoughts pressed in from all sides. Mr. Banner was setting up a lab on mitosis, arranging microscopes and slides at each station. Edward barely paid attention, having studied cellular biology decades ago and having no need for the refresher. He sat in his usual stillness, not bothering to mimic human fidgeting, and waited for the class to begin. Students filtered in gradually, their thoughts the usual mix of anticipation for the day ending and dread of the homework that would be assigned. Edward heard them without listening, letting the voices wash over him without engagement. Then the door opened and the air changed. Edward smelled her before he saw her. The scent hit him like a physical blow, carried on the wind from the open door, and every muscle in his body locked rigid with the effort of not reacting. It was blood he smelled, the particular scent of human blood, but intensified beyond anything he'd experienced in decades. It was sweet and floral and utterly intoxicating, calling to the predator in him with such force that his vision momentarily tunneled. The thirst rose in his throat like a living thing, burning and clawing and demanding. Every instinct he possessed screamed at him to attack, to feed, to drain the source of that magnificent scent until nothing remained. His body coiled with tension, muscles preparing to spring before his conscious mind could even process what was happening. And then she walked into his line of sight, and Edward saw her clearly for the first time. She was ordinary by human standards. Brown hair, brown eyes, average height, dressed in jeans and a simple shirt. Nothing about her physical appearance was particularly remarkable. She moved with a slight awkwardness, not quite comfortable in her own body, carrying her books in front of her like a shield. But her scent, her blood, it sang to him like nothing ever had, like the heroine of his particular addiction, like she'd been designed specifically to tempt him beyond all reason. Edward stopped breathing entirely, the only defense he had. If he didn't breathe, he couldn't smell her. If he couldn't smell her, maybe he could maintain control. The girl approached Mr. Banner's desk, handed him a slip of paper. Edward couldn't hear what she said over the roaring in his own head, the monster inside him howling for release. Mr. Banner looked around the classroom, scanning for an empty seat, and his eyes landed on the chair beside Edward. No, Edward thought desperately. Anywhere but here. Ah, excellent, Mr. Banner said. There's a seat right there next to Edward Cullen. Edward, could you raise your hand? Edward raised his hand mechanically, still not breathing, watching as the girl made her way toward him. Every step she took brought that scent closer, made it harder to maintain control. He could hear her heartbeat now, the steady rhythm of blood pumping through her veins, and the sound was like music, like a siren call designed to lure him to destruction. She sat down beside him, and Edward turned his head away sharply, putting as much distance between them as the lab table allowed. He pressed himself against the wall, his body rigid with the effort of not moving, not attacking, not giving in to the overwhelming urge to bite and drink and drain. He tried to read her mind, desperate for any distraction, any way to make her human and real rather than just prey. But there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Where her thoughts should have been, there was only silence. Pure, complete, impossible silence. The shock of it was almost enough to break through his bloodlust. In a century of reading minds, Edward had never encountered someone whose thoughts he couldn't hear. Every human, every vampire, everyone broadcast their consciousness like a radio signal he was forced to receive. Except her. The girl beside him existed in a bubble of perfect silence, her mind as inaccessible to him as his own. Edward desperately wanted to investigate this impossibility, to understand how and why she alone could block his ability, but he couldn't think past the thirst, past the scent of her blood filling the room despite his refusal to breathe. The monster inside him didn't care about mysteries. It only cared about feeding. Mr. Banner began the lesson, explaining the lab procedure, but Edward heard nothing. All his concentration was focused on maintaining control, on keeping his body absolutely still, on not giving in to the instincts that demanded he kill this girl whose name he didn't even know. He counted seconds, then minutes, measuring his endurance. How long could he sit here beside her without breathing? How long before his body would force him to take a breath? And when that happened, would he be able to stop himself from attacking? The girl beside him was painfully unaware of the danger she was in. She opened her textbook, took out a notebook and pen, began taking notes on Mr. Banner's lecture. She moved normally, breathed normally, existed normally, completely oblivious to the monster beside her who was contemplating her murder. Edward hated himself in that moment with an intensity that was almost cleansing. This was what he truly was beneath all of Carlyle's philosophy, beneath all his decades of pretending to be civilized. He was a killer, and this innocent girl whose only crime was existing near him was in mortal danger because he couldn't control his nature. Halfway through the class, Mr. Banner had them begin the lab work, examining the slides of onion root cells under their microscopes. The girl dutifully set up her microscope, adjusted the focus, began identifying the different phases of mitosis. She worked efficiently, independently, not attempting to make conversation with Edward. Edward was grateful for her silence, even as another part of him was frustrated by it. If she spoke, if he could hear her voice, maybe it would help humanize her, would help him see her as a person rather than prey. But she remained quiet, focused on her work, and the silence between them stretched. He still wasn't breathing. His lungs were starting to burn with the need for air, but he didn't dare give in. The moment he breathed, it would all be over. He would lose control, would attack, would kill her before he could stop himself. So he remained frozen, a statue beside her, willing time to move faster, willing the class to end. When the bell finally rang, Edward was out of his seat and through the door before the girl could even close her textbook. He moved at human speed, barely, but he put distance between them with desperate urgency. He burst out of the building into the rain, finally allowing himself to breathe, gulping air that didn't carry her scent. Alice found him in the parking lot, her expression worried. She'd seen something, then, some vision of what had happened in biology. "Edward?" she said carefully. "I can't do this," Edward said, his voice rough. "I can't sit beside her, Alice. I nearly killed her, right there in class. I came within seconds of attacking her." "I saw," Alice said quietly, "but I also saw you leave. I saw you maintain control." "Barely," Edward spat. "Only barely. And I have to go back tomorrow. Have to sit beside her again." "I can't, Alice. I need to leave. Need to go far away before I hurt her." "Wait," Alice said, grabbing his arm. "Let me look. Let me see what happens if you leave." Her eyes went distant, and Edward waited in agony while she examined possible futures. When she came back, she shook her head slowly. "If you leave now, you'll come back," she said. "You'll be gone for a few days, maybe a week, but you'll return, because you need to know why you can't read her mind. The curiosity will bring you back, Edward. And when you return without having prepared yourself, without having built up your control, it will be worse." Edward wanted to argue, but he knew she was right. The silence where the girl's thoughts should have been called to him almost as strongly as her blood. The mystery of her was already burrowing into his mind, already becoming an obsession. "Then what do I do?" he asked helplessly. "Hunt," Alice said. "Hunt more than you ever have. Build up your control and prepare yourself to resist, because you're going to sit beside her for the rest of the semester, Edward. I've seen it. You don't leave. You don't run. You face this." The drive home was torture. Edward's siblings tried to make conversation, but he ignored them, focusing on driving, on the familiar actions that kept him from thinking about the girl with the silent mind and the intoxicating blood. At home, he went straight to Carlyle's study. He needed counsel, needed the wisdom of someone who'd resisted human blood for centuries. Carlyle listened without judgment as Edward described what had happened, the immediate and overwhelming bloodlust, the terrifying loss of control. "This is unusual," Carlyle said carefully when Edward finished. "You've built strong resistance over the decades. For someone to affect you this severely, her blood must be particularly appealing to you specifically. It's rare, but it happens. Some vampires encounter a human whose blood calls to them more strongly than others. We call it la tua cantante, your singer. What do I do? Edward asked. You have two choices, Carlyle said. You can leave Forks, remove yourself from temptation entirely. We'd have to move as a family, make up some excuse, but we could do it if you truly can't resist. And the second choice, you master this, Carlyle said. You prove to yourself that you're stronger than your nature. You sit beside this girl, day after day, and you choose not to kill her. It will be the hardest thing you've ever done, Edward. But if you can do it, if you can resist this particular temptation, you'll have proven something important about who you are. Edward thought about running, about fleeing to Alaska or South America or anywhere far from the brown-eyed girl whose name he still didn't know. It would be easier, safer for everyone. But he also thought about the silence, the beautiful, mysterious silence where her thoughts should have been. In a century of hearing everyone, she alone was quiet. And despite the danger, despite the thirst, he wanted to understand why. Needed to understand. I'll stay, he said finally, but I need to hunt. Extensively. Right now. Carlyle nodded, understanding. Then go. Take Emmett if you want company. Hunt as much as you need to. Build your strength. Edward spent the evening in the mountains, hunting with a single-minded focus he usually didn't bring to the task. He tracked a small herd of elk, taking down 3 of them, drinking until he was gorged, and the thirst was as muted as it could be. Then he found a mountain lion, just to be thorough, just to fill himself to the absolute limit of what his body could hold. It helped. The thirst receded to a manageable ache, and Edward felt his control returning. He could do this. He could sit beside the girl, could resist her blood, could prove he was more than just a monster. But when he returned home and lay in his bed, not sleeping because vampires didn't need sleep, he couldn't stop thinking about her, about the silence where her thoughts should be, about the scent of her blood, about the danger and the mystery and the impossible fascination she represented. He didn't even know her name. Tuesday morning, Edward prepared himself like a soldier preparing for battle. He hunted again before school, taking down a deer, making absolutely certain his thirst was as controlled as possible. He drove to school with grim determination, ignoring Alice's worried glances and Jasper's concern bleeding through his empathic gift. Biology approached too quickly. Edward entered the classroom and took his seat, bracing himself for her arrival. When she walked through the door, the scent hit him again, but this time he was ready for it. He stopped breathing immediately, turned his face away, focused every bit of his concentration on remaining still. She sat beside him, quiet as before, and pulled out her materials for class. Mr. Banner distributed lab handouts, some assignment about kingdom classifications that Edward had completed decades ago. Edward filled in the answers mechanically, not looking at the girl beside him, not allowing himself to acknowledge her presence. But he was acutely aware of her nonetheless. The sound of her heartbeat, steady and strong, the warmth radiating from her skin, so different from his own cold flesh, the way she shifted in her seat, the small rustle of fabric, the scratch of her pen against paper, and most of all, the silence, the maddening, fascinating silence, where her thoughts should have been. Edward found himself desperately wanting to know what she was thinking. Was she aware of him? Did she notice how rigidly still he sat, how carefully he avoided looking at her? Was she curious about him, or was he just another classmate, unremarkable and unimportant? The not knowing was its own form of torture. For the first time in his vampire existence, Edward couldn't simply reach out with his mind and take the information he wanted. She remained a mystery, impenetrable and unknowable. The class period crawled by. Edward maintained his careful control, didn't breathe, didn't move more than absolutely necessary. When the bell rang, he gathered his materials and left quickly, not as desperately as the day before, but still with obvious haste. Wednesday was the same, and Thursday. Each day, Edward prepared himself, hunted, steeled his resolve. Each day, he sat beside the silent girl and fought his nature. Each day, it got fractionally easier as his body adjusted to her presence, as he learned the rhythm of her heartbeat and the particular quality of her scent. By Friday, Edward was breathing shallowly during class, small controlled breaths that let him function without losing control. He started to observe her more closely, trying to gather information through her actions since he couldn't hear her thoughts. She was intelligent, he noted. She finished the lab work quickly and accurately. She was left-handed, holding her pen at an awkward angle. She chewed on her lower lip when she was concentrating, a nervous habit she probably wasn't aware of. She never tried to make conversation with him, which he was grateful for. The other students at school thought the Cullens were strange and kept their distance, and apparently she'd picked up on that social cue quickly. She treated him with polite indifference, a lab partner she'd been assigned rather than a friend she was trying to make. But Edward found himself wanting to hear her voice, wanting to know what it sounded like directed at him. The desire was dangerous, he knew. Any interaction beyond the bare minimum increased the risk, but the curiosity was becoming overwhelming, fed by the silence that made her so utterly fascinating. Monday of the second week, Edward made a decision. He would try to be normal, to act like a regular classmate, rather than a statue beside her. The thirst was under control, as controlled as it was likely to get, and he needed to solve the mystery of her silence, needed to understand how she blocked his ability. So when Mr. Banner announced they'd be working on a lab together, Edward turned to her for the first time and spoke. "Hello," he said, his voice carefully modulated to sound friendly and normal. "I don't think we've been properly introduced. I'm Edward Cullen." She looked at him, and he saw her eyes widen slightly at the direct attention. "Bella Swan," she said. I'm new." Her voice was soft, slightly uncertain, with a subtle warmth that surprised him, and he noticed she'd told him something he already knew, as if she was nervous and defaulting to the obvious. "I know," Edward said, trying for a smile that didn't feel like a monster attempting to lure prey. "You're Chief Swan's daughter. Everyone knows everyone in a town this small." "Right," Bella said, and he thought he detected a hint of discomfort at being known, at being watched. Yeah, they worked on the lab together, Edward careful to maintain distance, to keep his movements measured and calm. He found himself studying her when she was focused on the microscope, trying to divine from her expression what she might be thinking. But she remained maddeningly opaque, her face revealing little. Over the following days, Edward continued his careful campaign of normalcy. He made small talk, asked her questions about Forks and how she was adjusting, offered help with lab work when appropriate. And slowly, gradually, she began to relax around him, to respond with less nervousness, to occasionally even smile at something he said. The thirst remained, always, a constant ache in his throat that never fully disappeared, but it became manageable, controllable, something he could resist even as he sat beside her, breathing in her scent, listening to her heartbeat. But the silence never changed. No matter how much time he spent with her, no matter how carefully he listened, her thoughts remained completely closed to him. It should have been frustrating, and part of it was, but increasingly, Edward found it peaceful. After a century of hearing everyone's thoughts, of knowing too much, of having no privacy from the constant broadcast of human consciousness, Bella Swan's silence was like a gift. When he was with her, the noise stopped. The voices faded away. All he heard was her heartbeat, her breathing, her voice when she spoke. The rest was quiet, beautifully, perfectly quiet, and Edward began to realize he was in trouble of a different kind than he'd anticipated. The danger wasn't just that he wanted to kill her. The danger was that he was starting to care about her, to look forward to biology class, to feel something other than hollow boredom for the first time in decades. He was becoming attached to his prey, and he had no idea how to stop himself. Edward's return to biology on Monday marked the beginning of what would become both the most disciplined and most reckless period of his vampire existence. He had spent the weekend hunting obsessively, gorging himself on animal blood until his eyes were bright gold and the thirst was as muted as it would ever be. He'd prepared mentally, steeling himself for another week of sitting beside Bella Swan, of maintaining control, of resisting the constant pull of her blood. But something had shifted over that first week. The initial shock of her scent had diminished slightly, his body adjusting to the intensity of it, the way one's nose adjusts to a constant smell. It was still there, still calling to him with its sweet floral perfume, but the edge of it had dulled. He could breathe now, shallow, careful breaths, without losing control entirely. More importantly, he'd discovered that being near Bella offered something he hadn't anticipated. Silence. Beautiful, peaceful silence in a world that had been nothing but noise for a century. Edward had forgotten what quiet felt like. From the moment of his transformation, when his gift had manifested, he'd been bombarded by the thoughts of everyone around him. An endless cacophony of voices, opinions, desires, fears, and petty concerns that he couldn't shut out, no matter how hard he tried. Even among his family, whose thoughts he'd long since learned to tune out through familiarity, there was always the low hum of consciousness, the awareness of minds broadcasting their contents into his own. But Bella's mind was silent, perfectly, completely silent. When he focused on her, there was nothing but the physical sounds she made. Her heartbeat, steady and strong. Her breathing, the soft intake and exhale of air. The rustle of her clothing, the scratch of her pen on paper. The small sounds of her physical presence. It was peaceful in a way Edward hadn't experienced since before his transformation, and he found himself craving it with an intensity that rivaled even the thirst for her blood. So he made a decision. He would stay close to her, would find reasons to interact with her, would solve the mystery of why he couldn't read her mind. He told himself it was purely curiosity, a puzzle to be solved. He didn't examine too closely the relief he felt when biology class approached, or the way his attention was always partly tuned to wherever she was in the cafeteria, or the growing obsession that was taking root in his mind. The pretense of normalcy became easier as the days passed. Edward spoke to Bella during their lab work, asking her questions about Forks, about her life in Phoenix, about how she was adjusting to the constant rain. She answered with a mixture of honesty and reserve, clearly still uncertain about him, but growing more comfortable. He learned small things about her through observation and conversation. She was intelligent but hated being the center of attention. She was clumsy, constantly tripping over her own feet or knocking things over. She read classics, actual literature, rather than the popular fiction most teenagers consumed. She was close to her mother, but had come to Forks for reasons she didn't fully explain. She missed the son with a visceral longing that Edward found he understood, though for very different reasons. And all the while, her mind remained closed to him, a locked door in a world where every other door stood open. Edward began to notice other things too. The way other boys at school looked at her, thought about her. Mike Newton's thoughts were particularly loud and irritating, filled with fantasies about asking her out, about her choosing him over every other option. Tyler Crowley had similar thoughts, competing with Mike for her attention with adolescent determination. Even Eric Yorkie, the school's newspaper editor, harbored a quiet crush that colored his interactions with her. It shouldn't have bothered Edward. These were normal teenage attractions, harmless and ordinary. Bella was pretty in an understated way, and she was new, which made her interesting by default in a school this small. Of course, boys would notice her, but Edward found himself feeling something dark and possessive when he heard their thoughts. When he witnessed their attempts to engage her attention, she would smile politely at them, respond to their questions, but there was a distance in her interactions, a reserve that suggested she wasn't particularly interested in any of them. That knowledge satisfied something primitive in Edward, something he didn't want to examine too closely. In the cafeteria, Edward found himself watching Bella, even when he should have been ignoring her. She sat with Jessica Stanley and Angela Weber, along with Mike Newton and whoever else managed to claim space at their table. Edward could hear all their thoughts, could track the social dynamics playing out in real time. Jessica was jealous of the attention Bella received, particularly from Mike, though she tried to hide it behind friendliness. Angela genuinely liked Bella, appreciated her quiet kindness. Mike was completely infatuated, already planning to ask her to the spring dance months away. Lauren Mallory actively disliked Bella for the crime of being noticed, her thoughts petty and mean-spirited. And through it all, Bella's thoughts remained silent. Edward couldn't tell what she thought of any of them, whether she liked Jessica's chatter or found it annoying, whether she was interested in Mike or merely tolerating his attention. She was a cipher, unknowable, and it drove him mad with curiosity. His siblings noticed his preoccupation. Alice's visions showed her pieces of Edward's growing obsession, though she claimed Bella remained fuzzy in her sight, always slightly out of focus. Jasper could feel Edward's emotional state shifting, the boredom that had characterized his existence for decades giving way to something more intense and complicated. Rosalie's thoughts were sharp with disapproval. She believed Edward was being reckless, risking their family's safety for a human girl who would be dead in a handful of decades anyway. What was the point of this fascination? What could possibly come of it except exposure and disaster? Edward couldn't argue with her logic because he had no good answers. He was being reckless, he was risking exposure, and he still couldn't seem to stop himself. Emmett found the whole situation amusing, his thoughts colored with brotherly teasing. Edward had spent decades being superior about his self-control, about his ability to resist temptation, and now he was losing his mind over some human girl. The irony was too delicious for Emmett to resist, though he kept his teasing mostly internal, knowing Edward could hear it anyway. Carlisle and Esme were more concerned than judgmental. They could see Edward changing, becoming more engaged with life than he'd been in decades. But they also understood the danger, both to Bella and to their family. Carlisle had cautioned Edward multiple times to be careful, to maintain distance, to remember what he was and what she was. Edward heard all of it, his family's concerns and criticisms and curiosity, but he couldn't seem to heed the warnings. The pull toward Bella was growing stronger rather than weaker, and he was rapidly losing the will to resist it. The first time Edward followed Bella home from school, he told himself it was about safety. She drove an ancient Chevy truck that looked like it should have been retired decades ago. The engine sounded rough, and Edward convinced himself he was simply ensuring she made it home without breaking down on the side of the road. It was a thin justification, and he knew it. But he followed her anyway, keeping several car lengths back, watching as she navigated the familiar streets to Charlie Swan's small house on the edge of town. He parked where he could see her driveway and waited until she was safely inside before driving away. The next day, he did it again, and the day after that. It became a routine, this vigilance that he couldn't quite justify but couldn't seem to stop. He told himself he was protecting her, keeping her safe from the dangers she didn't know existed. He didn't examine too closely what those dangers might be, or acknowledge that the greatest danger to Bella Swan was sitting beside her in biology class every day. But following her home wasn't enough. Edward found himself thinking about her constantly, wondering what she was doing, what she was thinking about, how she spent her time when she wasn't at school. The not knowing ate at him, the silence that was both peaceful and maddening in equal measure. So one night, 2 weeks after he'd first caught her scent in biology, Edward made a decision that crossed a line he'd never approached before. He went to her house after Charlie had gone to sleep, climbed the tree outside her second-story window, and looked inside. Bella was asleep, curled on her side under a faded quilt, her brown hair spread across the pillow. The room was simple, barely decorated, suggesting she hadn't fully settled into this space yet. Books were stacked on the desk, homework papers scattered across the surface, a few photos pinned to a bulletin board showing Bella with a woman who must be her mother. Edward perched in the tree, perfectly still, watching her sleep. He told himself he would stay for just a few minutes, just long enough to confirm she was safe, and then he would leave. But minutes stretched into an hour, and he found he couldn't make himself go. There was something peaceful about watching her sleep. The furrow that often appeared between her eyebrows when she was concentrating smoothed out, her face relaxed into an expression of vulnerability that she never showed while awake. And her heartbeat, that steady rhythm that was simultaneously tempting and soothing, provided a kind of music in the quiet night. She dreamed. He could tell by the way her eyes moved beneath her closed lids, by the small changes in her breathing, but he couldn't hear what she dreamed about, couldn't access even that small piece of her inner life. She remained mysterious even in sleep. Edward returned the next night, and the night after that, it became another routine, another line he crossed without adequate justification. He would wait until Charlie was asleep, until the house was dark and quiet, and then he would climb to her window and watch. Sometimes she slept peacefully. Other times she tossed and turned, tangled in her blankets, clearly troubled by whatever dreams played through her silent mind. Once, she cried in her sleep, tears sliding down her cheeks, and Edward felt something twist in his chest at her distress. He wanted to comfort her, to wake her from whatever nightmare held her, but he couldn't. He was the thing that should give her nightmares, the monster outside her window, and she didn't even know he was there. On the nights when her dreams seemed peaceful, Edward sometimes risked opening her window and slipping inside. He would stand in the corner of her room, perfectly still, breathing in her scent and feeling the thirst burn in his throat, while simultaneously experiencing a peace he'd never known. The contradiction of it should have troubled him more than it did. He learned more about her from these nighttime visits. She read Wuthering Heights and Pride and Prejudice, the books on her nightstand worn from repeated readings. She did her homework diligently, but without particular enthusiasm. She emailed her mother every day, long messages that Edward glimpsed on her computer screen. She missed Phoenix desperately, but was trying to make the best of Forks for her mother's sake. And sometimes, in her sleep, she spoke, just fragments of words, pieces of sentences that made no coherent sense. But once, 3 weeks after Edward had started his nighttime vigils, she said something that stopped his still heart entirely. "Edward," she murmured, his name slipping from her sleeping lips, and her expression softened into something that might have been a smile. Edward left quickly that night, fleeing through the window and running into the forest, putting miles between himself and the girl who was dreaming about him. It was too much, too dangerous, too far beyond anything he could justify or explain. She was thinking about him even in sleep, and he had no way of knowing what those thoughts contained, what context his name existed in within her mind. He should stop, should cease the nighttime visits, should maintain proper distance, should remember that he was a monster and she was prey, and nothing good could come from this obsession. But the next night found him back at her window, drawn by a pull he no longer pretended to understand. At school, Edward maintained his careful performance of normalcy. He spoke to Bella during biology, helped her with lab work, made small talk that revealed nothing of the nights he spent watching her sleep. She responded with increasing comfort, the initial wariness fading as she grew accustomed to his presence. But Edward noticed something else too. Bella watched him sometimes, when she thought he wasn't paying attention. He would feel her eyes on him and would turn to find her quickly looking away, a faint flush coloring her cheeks. She was curious about him, he realized, intrigued by the strange boy who had barely spoken to her for the first week and then had suddenly become almost friendly. The awareness that she thought about him, that she wondered about him, fed the obsession growing in Edward's mind. It shouldn't have mattered. Her attention should have been irrelevant, but it mattered desperately, in ways he couldn't fully articulate even to himself. Edward began listening more carefully to the thoughts of the people around Bella, gathering information about her secondhand, since he couldn't access her mind directly. Jessica Stanley thought Bella was too quiet, too reserved, not interested enough in the social dynamics of the school. But Jessica also thought Bella was nice, and she felt guilty about her jealousy over Mike's obvious interest. Angela Weber liked Bella genuinely, appreciated her kindness and her willingness to listen. Angela's thoughts were always warm when they turned to Bella, seeing her as a potential real friend rather than just another face in the cafeteria. Mike Newton's thoughts were increasingly frustrated. He'd tried repeatedly to capture Bella's romantic interest and had been gently rebuffed each time. She was never rude about it, never direct enough to constitute an actual rejection, but she also never encouraged him. Mike couldn't understand what he was doing wrong, why the new girl wasn't interested in him when he was clearly the best option available. Edward felt a dark satisfaction at Mike's failure, a possessive pleasure that had no place in his mind. Bella wasn't his, would never be his, couldn't be his. And yet the thought of her with Mike Newton, or Tyler Crowley, or anyone else, inspired a jealousy that was both irrational and undeniable. 3 weeks into this new routine, this careful dance of watching and wanting, Alice approached Edward with a vision that changed everything. "She's going to Port Angeles this weekend," Alice said, her voice carefully neutral. "With Jessica and Angela. They're going dress shopping for the spring dance." Edward tried to appear disinterested. "Why are you telling me this?" Alice's expression was knowing, seeing through his pretense with the ease of decades of familiarity. "Because I saw you following her, not to Port Angeles, but after, when she's separated from her friends, when she's in danger." Edward's entire body went still. "What kind of danger?" "I can't see it clearly," Alice admitted, frustration coloring her thoughts. "She's always fuzzy in my visions, and this is worse than usual. But there are men, and they have bad intentions. And you're there. You save her." Relief and terror warred in Edward's chest. She would be in danger, but he would save her, which meant he needed to be there, needed to follow her to Port Angeles, needed to keep her safe from whatever threat Alice's vision had glimpsed. "When?" he asked. "Saturday, late afternoon, early evening. She'll separate from her friends, and that's when it happens." Edward nodded, his mind already planning. He would follow her to Port Angeles, would keep her in his sight, would ensure that whatever danger threatened her never had the chance to materialize. It was stalking, he knew. It was invasive and wrong and completely unjustifiable, but he was going to do it anyway. Saturday arrived, grey and overcast, typical for Forks. Edward had no legitimate reason to be in Port Angeles, but he went anyway, driving his Volvo and parking where he could watch the streets without being obvious. He tracked Bella's thoughts through the minds of the people around her, following her progress as she shopped with Jessica and Angela. The girls went to several dress shops, Jessica chattering constantly while Angela and Bella provided quieter commentary. Edward heard their thoughts, Jessica's excitement and Angela's careful consideration, and the vast silence where Bella's opinions should have been. He couldn't know what she thought of the dresses they tried on, whether she found them beautiful or ridiculous, whether she was enjoying herself or merely enduring the outing. As evening approached, the girls split up. Jessica and Angela went to eat at a restaurant by the bay, while Bella claimed she wanted to find a bookstore first. Edward followed her through the streets, keeping his distance, but never losing sight of her. Bella found a bookstore but seemed disappointed by it. Some new age shop that clearly didn't have what she was looking for. She wandered for a while, then checked her watch and started back toward the restaurant where she was supposed to meet her friends. But she made a wrong turn. Edward saw the moment she realized she was lost, saw the slight stiffening of her shoulders as she looked around at unfamiliar streets. She kept walking, trying to find her way back to the tourist area, but she was heading deeper into the industrial section of town. And then Edward heard them. 4 men, their thoughts ugly and predatory. Noticing the girl walking alone, they started following her, spreading out across the street, discussing what they would do to her. The thoughts were vile, violent, explicit in their intentions. Rage exploded in Edward's chest, pure and incandescent. These men were planning to hurt her, to violate her, to destroy her, and they thought they would get away with it because she was alone and vulnerable and no one would stop them. They were wrong. Edward started the Volvo and drove, covering the distance between himself and Bella with reckless speed. He saw the men closing in on her, saw her realize she was in danger, saw her try to run, but they were faster, cutting off her escape, backing her against a wall. Edward whipped the Volvo around the corner and straight at the men, stopping inches from where Bella stood with such abrupt force that the tires screamed. The passenger door flew open. "Get in," he commanded, his voice harsh with barely controlled fury. Bella didn't hesitate. She threw herself into the car, and Edward was already moving before she'd even closed the door. He looked at the men, saw their shocked faces, and had to physically restrain himself from stopping the car and tearing them apart. He wanted to kill them, wanted to rip them to pieces for what they'd been planning to do. His hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly it cracked slightly, and he could feel his control slipping, feel the monster rising inside him, demanding blood and vengeance. "Edward," Bella's voice was small, shaking slightly. "How did you know where I was?" The question cut through his rage, reminding him that he needed to have answers, needed to justify his presence in a way that wouldn't reveal the truth of his stalking. "I was in Port Angeles," he said, forcing his voice to sound calmer than he felt. "I saw you walking alone and thought I'd offer you a ride. Then I saw those men following you." It was a thin lie, full of holes if she examined it closely, but she was too shaken to question it, too relieved to be safe to wonder how he'd managed to arrive at exactly the right moment. Edward drove away from the industrial area, his mind full of the violence he wanted to commit. He could turn around, could hunt down those men, could make them pay for what they'd almost done. The thoughts were seductive, appealing to the darkness that still lived inside him despite all his years of control. "Edward," Bella said again, and this time her hand touched his arm. The contact shocked him, her warm fingers against his cold skin. "I'm okay. You saved me. It's okay." But it wasn't okay. None of this was okay. She had been in danger because he hadn't been paying close enough attention, hadn't acted quickly enough. And now he wanted to kill 4 men for the crime of threatening her, wanted to give in to the monster he'd spent decades trying to suppress. "Are you hungry?" he asked abruptly, needing something to focus on besides his rage. "We should get you some food. You're shaking." "I don't know if I can eat," Bella admitted. "But yes, food sounds good. Something normal sounds good." Edward drove to a small Italian restaurant, the kind of place where the lighting was low and they could talk without being overheard. He ordered food for Bella even though the scent of it did nothing for him, watched her hands shake as she picked up the water glass. "Tell me about it," he said quietly. "Tell me what happened." Bella recounted the evening, her voice steadier as she talked, getting separated from her friends, making a wrong turn, realizing she was lost, seeing the men and understanding they meant her harm. And then Edward appearing like some kind of guardian angel, though she didn't use those words. "How did you really know where I was?" she asked when she finished, her brown eyes meeting his directly. "You couldn't have just happened to be there at exactly the right moment, Edward. That's not how coincidence works." Edward held her gaze, knowing she deserved honesty, but unable to give it to her. "I followed you," he admitted, which was true even if it didn't include the full scope of his surveillance. "I saw you leave your friends, saw you heading in the wrong direction. I wanted to make sure you were safe." "You followed me," Bella repeated, and he couldn't tell from her tone whether she was disturbed by this or something else. "Why?" "Because I'm obsessed with you," Edward thought. "Because I can't read your mind and it's driving me insane. Because your blood calls to me like a siren song, and I want both to drink you dry and to protect you from everything in the world that could hurt you, including myself. Because I care about you," he said instead, which was also true even if it was wildly insufficient. "You're important to me, Bella." She stared at him, and Edward desperately wished he could hear her thoughts in that moment. Was she pleased? Frightened? Confused? Her face revealed nothing, and the silence where her mind should have been offered no clues. The food arrived, and Bella ate mechanically, clearly still processing the evening's events. Edward watched her, hyper-aware of her heartbeat, of the color returning to her cheeks, of the way her hands had stopped shaking. "I should call Jessica," Bella said eventually. "Let her know I'm okay. She's probably worried." Edward handed her his phone, listened as she called Jessica, and made excuses about finding a ride home. Jessica's thoughts were relieved and slightly envious that Bella was with Edward Cullen. The evening's danger had already transformed into a story about Edward's rescue, about his mysterious arrival at exactly the right moment. After Bella finished her call, they sat in silence for a moment. Then she spoke, her voice quiet but determined. "There's something different about you, Edward. Something I can't figure out. The way you appeared tonight, the way you knew where I was, the way you moved in the parking lot that day with Tyler's van. Things that shouldn't be possible." Edward's entire body tensed. She'd been observing him more closely than he'd realized, noticing things she shouldn't have noticed. "I don't know what you mean." "Yes, you do," Bella said, and there was certainty in her voice. "I don't know what you are yet, but I know you're not just normal. And I know you saved my life twice now. So whatever you are, whatever secret you're hiding, I'm grateful for it." She was too perceptive, too intelligent, and Edward was rapidly running out of ways to deflect her increasingly accurate observations. He should leave now, should end this before she figured out the truth, should protect her by removing himself from her life entirely. But the thought of leaving her, of never seeing her again, of returning to the hollow existence he'd endured before she'd walked into biology class, was unbearable. He was in too deep, had let himself become too attached, had allowed this human girl to become necessary to him in ways he didn't fully understand. "Let me take you home," he said, instead of answering her implicit question. "It's getting late, and your father will worry." Bella nodded, accepting the deflection for now. But Edward knew this conversation wasn't over, knew that she would keep pushing, keep observing, keep trying to solve the mystery he represented. And he wasn't sure whether he wanted her to succeed or whether he was terrified of the moment when she finally understood what he truly was. The drive back to Forks was quiet, Bella lost in thought, while Edward wrestled with his own demons. He'd come so close to losing control tonight, so close to giving in to the violence that still lived inside him. The only thing that had stopped him was Bella's presence, her hand on his arm, her voice calling him back from the edge. She was simultaneously his greatest temptation and his salvation, the thing that made him want to be better than he was, while also threatening to destroy every bit of control he'd built over decades. And Edward had no idea how to navigate the impossible situation he'd created. No roadmap for loving someone you could so easily destroy. When they reached Charlie's house, Edward walked Bella to the door, hyper-aware of how close they were standing, of the scent of her blood and the sound of her heartbeat, and the silence that surrounded her like a protective shield. "Thank you," Bella said softly, "for tonight, for saving me." "Always," Edward replied before he could stop himself, and the word hung between them like a promise he had no business making. Then Bella did something unexpected. She reached up and touched his face, her warm fingers trailing across his cold cheek, and Edward froze at the contact. She was touching him voluntarily, without fear, and the intimacy of it was almost too much to bear. "Good night, Edward," she whispered. "Good night, Bella," he managed, and then she was gone, disappearing into the house, leaving him standing in the rain with his heart silent in his chest and his mind full of impossible wants. That night, Edward returned to his usual perch outside her window, watching her sleep while wrestling with the truth he could no longer deny. He wasn't just curious about Bella Swan. He wasn't just fascinated by her silent mind. He was falling in love with her, had perhaps already fallen, and there was no path forward that didn't end in disaster. But still he watched, still he stayed, still he chose her over wisdom, because loving her was worth any cost, even if that cost was his soul. The days following Port Angeles were torture of a different kind than Edward had experienced before. Bella had seen too much, noticed too much, and now she was actively investigating the mystery he represented. He could see it in the way she watched him during biology, in the questions she asked that seemed casual but were anything but, in the careful attention she paid to his every movement and word. She'd gone to the bookstore, not the New Age shop in Port Angeles, but the one in Port Angeles she'd actually been looking for. Edward knew because he heard it in Jessica Stanley's thoughts, the casual mention that Bella had asked about books on local legends and folklore. Jessica had thought it was strange but hadn't questioned it too deeply, too focused on her own concerns, to wonder why Bella Swan would suddenly be interested in Quileute stories and Pacific Northwest mythology. Edward knew exactly why. She was researching, trying to find an explanation for the things she'd witnessed, the impossible speed and strength she'd noticed despite his attempts at concealment. She was dangerously close to the truth, and Edward found himself caught between terror at exposure and a strange relief that he might not have to lie to her anymore. He should have left Forks, should have convinced his family to move, to disappear before Bella could piece together what they were. It was the safe choice, the smart choice, the choice that protected both his family and Bella herself from the dangers of knowing too much. But Edward couldn't make himself leave. The thought of never seeing her again, of returning to the endless, empty existence he'd endured for decades, was unbearable. He'd tasted something in these weeks with Bella, something he'd never experienced in his long, immortal life. Not just the peace of her silent mind, though that remained precious beyond measure, but genuine connection, real feeling, the sense that his existence mattered for something beyond mere survival. So, instead of leaving, Edward made a different choice. He decided that if Bella was going to discover the truth, she should hear it from him, on his terms, in a way that gave him some control over the revelation. It was still dangerous, still reckless, still potentially catastrophic for his family. But the alternative, watching her stumble blindly toward a truth that could destroy her, was worse. He approached her after biology on a Friday, the first truly sunny day Forks had seen in weeks. The Cullens would be absent from school on Monday, all of them claiming a hiking trip to explain their inability to attend on days when the sun shone. But Edward had this weekend, these precious few days, to make his choice. "Are you free tomorrow?" he asked, keeping his voice casual despite the weight of what he was proposing. "I thought we could spend some time together, away from school, away from everyone else. There are some things I'd like to talk to you about." Bella looked at him with those brown eyes that revealed nothing of her thoughts, and Edward wished desperately that he could hear what she was thinking in that moment. Was she suspicious? Excited? Afraid? "Yes," she said simply. "What time?" "I'll pick you up at noon," Edward said. "Dress for hiking. We're going somewhere special." That night, watching Bella sleep from his usual position by her window, Edward wrestled with what he was about to do. He would tell her the truth tomorrow, would reveal what he was, would give her the choice of whether to run or stay. It went against every instinct of self-preservation he possessed, violated the most fundamental rule of vampire existence. Never reveal yourself to humans, never give them the knowledge that could destroy you. But Bella wasn't just any human. She was the girl whose mind he couldn't read, whose blood called to him like a siren song, whose very existence had transformed his hollow immortality into something that felt almost like living. And he couldn't keep lying to her, couldn't keep hiding what he was when she was so clearly searching for the truth. Saturday dawned bright and clear, the sun blazing in a cloudless sky that mocked Edward's plans. He'd intended to show Bella what sunlight did to him, to demonstrate the most visible proof of his inhumanity. But he couldn't go to her house like this, couldn't risk Charlie seeing what the sun revealed. So Edward waited until the afternoon, until the sun began its descent, and clouds started rolling in from the coast. Not ideal, but enough cloud cover that he could move without sparkling like a disco ball. He drove to Bella's house and found her waiting on the porch, dressed in jeans and a jacket, her expression a mixture of curiosity and something else he couldn't identify. The drive out of Forks was quiet. Edward headed north and east, following logging roads deep into the forest, far from any human habitation. Bella didn't ask where they were going, seemingly content to trust him, despite having every reason not to. The faith implicit in her silence both touched him and terrified him. Finally, Edward parked at the end of a trail he knew well, one that led to a place his family had discovered years ago. A meadow hidden deep in the forest, surrounded by ancient trees, carpeted in wildflowers during spring and summer. It was private, isolated, perfect for what he needed to show her. They hiked in silence, Bella occasionally stumbling over roots and rocks despite her best efforts. Edward stayed close, ready to catch her if she fell, hyper-aware of her heartbeat and her breathing and the warmth radiating from her skin. The thirst was there, as always, but muted by his constant hunting and by something else. The knowledge that he was about to reveal himself, about to give her the truth that could send her running. The meadow appeared gradually, the trees thinning until they opened onto a circular clearing, perhaps 100 yards across. Wildflowers dotted the grass, and the sun, breaking through the clouds in patches, illuminated the space in shifting patterns of light and shadow. Edward led Bella to the center of the meadow, and then turned to face her, his heart silent in his chest, but his mind racing with everything he needed to say. "I know you've been researching," he said without preamble. "I know you've been trying to figure out what I am, what makes me different." Bella's eyes widened slightly, but she didn't deny it. "Yes," she said, "I have been, but I haven't found any answers that make sense. That's because the truth is something most people don't believe in anymore," Edward said. "Something that's supposed to be fiction, myth, legend. But it's real, Bella. And I'm real. And I'm about to show you something that will either make you understand or make you run. I'm hoping for the former, but I'll understand if it's the latter." He paused, gathering his courage, preparing himself for her reaction. Then he spoke the word he'd never said aloud to a human before. "I'm a vampire, Bella." The word hung in the air between them, stark and impossible. Bella stared at him, her expression unreadable, and Edward wished desperately that he could hear her thoughts in this moment, could know whether she believed him or thought he was insane. "A vampire," she repeated, her voice carefully neutral. Like in the stories?" "Not exactly like the stories," Edward said. Most of the legends are wrong. We don't sleep in coffins. We don't need to be invited into homes. Crosses and garlic do nothing to us. We can go out during the day, though we avoid it for reasons I'll show you if the sun cooperates. And the things that are true? Bella asked, and Edward noticed she hadn't run, hadn't even stepped backward. She was still standing there, watching him with those inscrutable brown eyes, waiting for more information. We drink blood, Edward said bluntly. Human blood sustains us best, though my family has chosen to abstain from hunting humans. We survive on animal blood instead. It's not as satisfying, not as strong, but it allows us to live without being murderers. You've never killed anyone? Bella asked, and Edward heard the hope in her voice, the desire to believe he was safe despite what he'd just told her. I've killed many people, Edward said, forcing himself to be honest even though he wanted to lie, wanted to present himself as better than he was. During my rebellion, during the years I spent away from Carlisle, I hunted human prey. I told myself they deserved it, that I only killed evil men, murderers and rapists and predators. But I was still a killer, Bella. I still took human lives and drank their blood and enjoyed it. He watched her process this, saw something shift in her expression but couldn't interpret what it meant. But you stopped, she said. You came back to your family's way, to not killing humans. Yes, Edward said. I came back. I've been following Carlisle's philosophy for over 70 years now. But the monster is still inside me, Bella. The thirst never goes away. Every moment I'm near you, I'm fighting the urge to kill you, to drink your blood. Your scent calls to me more strongly than anyone I've ever encountered. You're my singer, la tua cantante, the one whose blood sings to me specifically. Now Bella did step back, just one step, and Edward felt something crack inside his chest at the movement. But she didn't run, didn't scream, just stood there, processing, thinking with that mind he couldn't access. Is that why you stayed away that first week? She asked. In biology? Why you looked at me like you hated me? I looked at you like I wanted to kill you, Edward corrected. Because I did. That first day, I came within seconds of attacking you right there in class. Your scent hit me, and every instinct I possessed demanded I feed. I left Forks immediately, went to Alaska, tried to stay away, but I came back because I had to know why. I couldn't read your mind. Read my mind? Bella's eyebrows rose. You can read minds? Everyone's mind but yours, Edward said. It's my gift, the ability I developed after my transformation. I hear thoughts, like voices, constant and unavoidable. I know what everyone around me is thinking, what they truly believe behind the masks they wear. But you, Bella Swan, are completely silent to me. Your mind is the only one I've never been able to access. And that silence, that mystery, drew me back as strongly as your blood pushed me away. He watched her process this revelation, saw the understanding dawn in her eyes. That's why you're always so still, she said slowly. Why you don't fidget or make unconscious movements. You're concentrating on appearing human, on not giving yourself away. Partly, Edward admitted. Also because if I'm not concentrating, if I let my control slip even slightly, I might do something impossible, move too fast, show too much strength. Vampires are designed to be perfect predators, Bella. Everything about us is calculated to lure in prey. Our beauty, our grace, our voices were made to seem trustworthy, appealing, safe, right up until the moment we strike. But you haven't struck, Bella said. and there was certainty in her voice now. "You've had dozens of opportunities. We've been alone together. You've been close enough to do what you're describing, but you haven't. You've chosen not to. Choosing not to kill you doesn't make me safe," Edward said fiercely. "It just makes me barely controlled. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Bella? I'm the thing that should terrify you. I'm the monster in the darkness, and you've been completely vulnerable to me this entire time." "Show me," Bella said suddenly. "You said you'd show me what sunlight does to you. The sun's breaking through the clouds. Show me what you really are." Edward hesitated, then nodded. This was why he'd brought her here. After all, to reveal the truth completely, to give her all the information she needed to make an informed choice about whether to run or stay. He walked to where a shaft of sunlight broke through the cloud cover and stepped into it. The transformation was immediate and dramatic. His skin, already pale as marble, began to sparkle as if thousands of tiny diamonds had been embedded in his flesh. Light refracted through him, creating rainbow patterns that shifted with every tiny movement. He looked like he'd been carved from crystal rather than born from flesh, like something utterly other, completely inhuman. Edward heard Bella's sharp intake of breath and forced himself not to look at her, not to see the revulsion that must be on her face. This was what he truly was, this glittering monster, this thing that could never pass for human under direct sunlight. This was why the Cullens avoided sunny days, why they claimed hiking trips and camping excursions when the clouds parted. "This is what I am," Edward said quietly, his voice rough with self-loathing. "This is the real me, a monster pretending to be human, failing at it every time the sun shines." He finally made himself look at Bella, bracing for her horror. But what he saw on her face wasn't revulsion, it was wonder. She was staring at him with wide eyes, her expression one of amazement rather than fear. "You're beautiful," she breathed, and Edward felt those words like a physical impact. "Beautiful?" he repeated incredulously. "Bella, I'm showing you that I'm not human, that I'm something else, something dangerous and unnatural, and you think I'm beautiful." "Yes," she said simply, and then she was walking toward him, crossing the meadow to where he stood frozen in the sunlight. "May I?" she asked, her hand raised toward him. Edward nodded, unable to speak, and watched as her warm fingers touched his glittering arm, her skin against his cold flesh, her heartbeat accelerating, her scent wrapping around him like a physical embrace. The thirst roared to life in his throat, but he held perfectly still, letting her explore, letting her see and touch and understand. "You really do sparkle," Bella said, and there was a hint of humor in her voice that shocked him. "Like diamonds, like something precious, like something that can never go outside in daylight without revealing what it is," Edward corrected. "Like something that has to hide and lie and pretend in order to exist among humans." Bella's hand moved from his arm to his face, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. Edward closed his eyes at the contact, overwhelmed by the intimacy of it, by the trust implicit in her touch. She wasn't afraid. Even knowing what he was, even understanding the danger, she was touching him voluntarily, without fear. "Why can't you read my mind?" Bella asked softly. "If you can hear everyone else, why not me?" "I don't know," Edward admitted. "I've never encountered anyone like you before. It's as if your mind is protected by something I can't penetrate. A shield maybe, or some natural resistance to my ability. Whatever it is, You're the only person in the world whose thoughts are private from me. Is that why you watch me? Bella asked, and Edward's eyes snapped open, meeting her gaze. At night, outside my window, I've known for weeks, Edward, I'm a light sleeper, and you're not as stealthy as you think. Shame flooded through Edward, hot and immediate. Had known he was stalking her, watching her sleep like some kind of perverted voyeur, and she'd said nothing. I'm sorry, he said, the words inadequate but sincere. I know it's wrong. I know I have no right to invade your privacy like that, but I couldn't stay away. The silence, the peace of being near you when no one else's thoughts are intruding, it's addictive. You're addictive. I don't mind, Bella said, and Edward stared at her in disbelief. I should mind. I know I should. It's creepy and invasive and completely inappropriate. But knowing you were there, knowing you were watching over me, it made me feel safe. Is that crazy? Is there something wrong with me that I'm not more disturbed by it? Yes, Edward said bluntly. There is something wrong with you. You should be terrified of me, Bella. You should be running as far and as fast as you can. Instead, you're standing here, touching me, telling me you don't mind that I've been stalking you. Your survival instincts are clearly broken. Or maybe I just see something in you that you don't see in yourself, Bella said. You keep calling yourself a monster, Edward. But monsters don't agonize over their nature. They don't choose to drink animal blood instead of human blood. They don't save girls from getting assaulted or crushed by vans. They don't confess their sins and try to warn away people they care about. You're not a monster. You're just someone trying very hard to be good despite what you are. Edward wanted to believe her, wanted to accept the absolution she was offering, the forgiveness for a century of sins. But he knew better. He knew what he'd done, what he'd been, what he still wanted to do when he was near her. I want to kill you, he said, forcing the words out. Right now, standing here with you touching me, smelling your blood, hearing your heartbeat. I want to bite down and drain you dry. The thirst is burning in my throat like acid. Every moment I'm near you is a battle against my nature. How is that not monstrous? Because you're winning that battle, Bella said. You're choosing not to give in. You're choosing me, my life, over your own desires. That's not monstrous, Edward. That's heroic. There's nothing heroic about basic restraint, Edward protested. About not being a murderer. For you there is, Bella insisted. Because it's hard for you. Because my blood calls to you specifically, more than anyone else's. And yet you sit beside me in biology every day. You saved my life twice. You brought me here to warn me about what you are, giving me the choice to run even though I can tell you don't want me to run. That's not nothing, Edward. That matters. Edward stared at her. This impossible girl who should fear him and didn't. Who saw something in him he'd long since stopped believing existed. The clouds shifted overhead, and the sunlight faded, his skin returning to its normal pale state. But Bella's hand remained on his face, her touch warm and real and grounding. What do you want from me? Edward asked, his voice barely above a whisper. What do you want this to be? I don't know, Bella admitted. I just know that I don't want to walk away. I don't want to pretend I don't know what you are. I don't want to lose whatever this is between us. Is that stupid? Is that suicidal? Yes, Edward said. Absolutely yes. Being close to me puts you in constant danger, not just from me, though I'm the most immediate threat, from other vampires who might see you and not have my restraint, from exposure to a world you were never meant to know about, from the Volturi, the vampire royalty who enforce our laws and don't allow humans to know about us. Everything about this is dangerous, Bella. Everything. But you want it anyway, Bella said. And it wasn't a question. You want me to stay, want us to figure out what this is, want to keep watching me sleep through my window like a creepy stalker vampire, don't you? Despite everything, despite the danger and the impossibility and the self-loathing, Edward found himself smiling. Yes, he admitted. God help me, yes, I want you to stay. I want to be near you, to hear your voice, to exist in your silence. I want things I have no right to want, things that are dangerous and reckless and completely selfish. Then let's be dangerous and reckless and selfish together, Bella said. Let's figure out how to make this work. Vampire and human, predator and prey, whatever we are, let's be it together. Edward knew he should refuse, should insist she leave, should use his speed to disappear before she could change her mind, should protect her from himself by removing himself from her life entirely. It was the right thing to do, the moral choice, the decision Carlyle would probably counsel him toward. But Edward had spent a century being right and moral and careful, and it had left him hollow and empty and utterly alone. Bella offered him something different, something real and dangerous and alive, and he found he couldn't turn away from it, couldn't reject the gift she was offering, even knowing how badly it could end. Okay, he said finally. Okay, but you need to understand what you're agreeing to. This won't be normal, can't be normal. I can't take you on regular dates, or hold your hand in public, or be physically close to you the way human couples are. The thirst is always there, Bella. Your scent will always call to me. I will always be fighting the urge to kill you. Can you live with that? Can you accept that being with me means accepting constant danger? Can you accept that I trust you despite that danger? Bella countered. Can you believe that I see you, Edward? Not just the monster you think you are, because I do see you. The boy who loves his family, who plays piano and reads literature and tries so hard to be good, who saved me twice without hesitation. That's who you are to me. That's who I'm choosing. Bye. Edward pulled her close then, wrapping his arms around her with careful restraint, hyper-aware of his strength and her fragility. She fit against him perfectly, her warmth seeping into his cold flesh, her heartbeat loud against his silent chest. He buried his face in her hair and breathed her in, accepting the thirst as the price of this moment, this impossible intimacy. I don't deserve you, he murmured against her hair. I'm not good enough for you, not brave enough or strong enough or human enough. Let me be the judge of that, Bella said, her arms wrapping around him in return. Let me decide what I can handle, what I can accept, what I want. Trust me to know my own mind, even if you can't read it. They stood like that for a long time, wrapped together in the meadow while the sun played hide and seek with the clouds overhead. Edward held her and listened to her heartbeat and felt something shift inside him, something he'd thought dead for a century. Hope, maybe, or possibility. The sense that immortality might be more than just endless empty years stretching forward into oblivion. Finally, reluctantly, Edward pulled back. We should go, he said. Your father will worry if you're out too late, and I should take you home before I lose control of my better judgment. Your better judgment that's telling you to stay away from me? Bella asked with a hint of humor. Exactly that judgment, Edward confirmed. The judgment that's rapidly losing ground to my selfish desire to keep you as close as possible for as long as you'll allow it. They hiked back to the car, Bella stumbling occasionally over roots and rocks, while Edward stayed close, ready to catch her. The drive back to Forks was quiet, both of them lost in thought, processing the revelations of the afternoon. When they arrived at Bella's house, Edward walked her to the door, aware of Charlie's presence inside, his thoughts a mixture of protectiveness and suspicion about the boy spending time with his daughter. "Thank you," Bella said softly, "for trusting me with the truth, for giving me the choice. Thank you for not running," Edward replied, "for seeing something in me worth staying for." Bella reached up and touched his face one more time, her warm fingers tracing his cold features. "I'll see you Monday?" she asked. "You'll see me tonight," Edward corrected without thinking. "Outside your window, if you'll still allow it. I know it's wrong, but I don't think I can stay away now that you know." "Then don't stay away," Bella said simply. "Come tonight. Come every night. Just maybe tap on the window next time so I know you're there, instead of me waking up and being startled by the creepy vampire watching me sleep." "Despite everything," Edward laughed. "I'll tap," he promised. "Quietly, so your father doesn't hear." Bella smiled, and the sight of it made something in Edward's chest constrict painfully. Then she went inside, and Edward was left standing on the porch, watching the door close between them, already counting the hours until dark when he could return. He drove home in a daze, his mind replaying every moment of the afternoon, every word Bella had spoken, every touch of her warm fingers against his cold skin. She knew what he was now, knew the truth of him, the danger and the darkness and the constant thirst, and she'd chosen to stay anyway. At home, his family was waiting. Alice had seen everything in her visions, had warned the others what was coming. Carlyle and Esme waited in the living room, their expressions a mixture of concern and acceptance. Rosalie stood by the window, her thoughts sharp with disapproval. Emmett lounged on the sofa, his mind full of brotherly teasing. Jasper and Alice sat together, Alice's visions showing her possible futures while Jasper managed the emotional turbulence in the room. "You told her," Carlyle said without preamble. "You revealed what we are." "Yes," Edward said, preparing himself for the lecture he knew was coming. "I told her everything, and she accepted it," Esme said softly, wonder in her voice. "She knew what you are, and she chose to stay. For now," Rosalie interjected sharply, "until she truly understands the danger, until she realizes what she's giving up by tying herself to something that can never give her a normal life." "She's not a child," Edward said, his voice harder than he'd intended. "She's intelligent and perceptive and capable of making her own choices. I gave her all the information. I warned her about the dangers. She chose to stay with full knowledge of what that means." "Did you tell her about the Volturi?" Carlyle asked quietly. "About the laws regarding humans who know too much?" Edward felt cold dread settle in his stomach. The Volturi, the ancient vampire rulers in Italy who enforced the few laws their kind maintained. One of those laws was simple and absolute. Humans who knew about vampires were either turned or killed. There were no other options. The Volturi would not allow the secret of their existence to spread beyond controlled circumstances. "No," Edward admitted. "I didn't tell her about that." "Then she doesn't have full knowledge," Carlyle said gently. "She doesn't understand that knowing what we are puts her life in danger from more than just you. The Volturi take our secrecy very seriously, Edward. If they learn she knows about us, then we keep it from them," Edward said fiercely. "We protect her. We make sure they never have reason to notice her." "And if they do notice?" Jasper asked, his voice carrying the weight of his military training. "The Volturi are not forgiving, Edward. They don't make exceptions. She would have to be transformed or killed. Those are the only options they allow. Then I'll transform her. If it comes to that, Edward said, even though the thought of damning Bella to this existence made him physically ill. I'll do whatever it takes to keep her alive. Is that what she wants? Esme asked softly. Has she asked to be transformed? No, Edward said. She hasn't asked. But she's young. She doesn't fully understand what she'd be giving up, what this existence really means. The endless years, the constant thirst, the isolation from everything human and normal. I can't make that choice for her. But the Volturi might make it for both of you, Carlyle warned. Alice, what do you see? What futures exist for Edward and this girl? Alice's expression was troubled, her eyes distant with visions. It's still unclear, she admitted. Bella is always fuzzy in my sight, hard to see clearly. But I can see two main paths forward. In one, she becomes like us. She's transformed, joins our family, exists as a vampire. In that future, we're all happy. She's happy. It works somehow. And in the other path? Edward asked, though he dreaded the answer. In the other path, she stays human, Alice said quietly. But that path is darker, more dangerous. I see threats I don't fully understand. I see the Volturi's interest. I see. She trailed off, her expression pained. You see her dying, Edward finished, the words like ash in his mouth. You see the danger of her remaining human and close to us. I see possibilities, Alice corrected carefully, not certainties. The future is always in motion, always changing based on decisions made. But yes, the path where she remains human is filled with more danger than the path where she's transformed. Then we keep her safe, Edward said, with absolute determination. We protect her from every threat, including the Volturi, and we give her time to decide what she wants, what kind of life she's willing to accept. I won't force immortality on her, won't damn her to this existence, unless she chooses it with full understanding of what she's accepting. Rosalie made a sound of disgust and left the room, her thoughts bitter and angry. She saw Bella as ungrateful, as someone who didn't appreciate the human life Rosalie would give anything to have back. She saw Edward as selfish, as someone willing to risk everything for a human who would be dead in a handful of decades anyway. Edward heard all of it and couldn't entirely disagree with her assessment. He was being selfish. He was risking his family's safety and Bella's life for his own desires. But he couldn't seem to stop himself, couldn't seem to choose the right thing over the thing he wanted. Be careful, Carlyle said finally. Be smart about this. Keep her as safe as you can, and prepare yourself for the possibility that this might not end well, no matter how much you want it to. Edward nodded, accepting the warning even as he rejected its implications. He would make this work somehow, would keep Bella safe, keep her close, keep her human, until and unless she chose otherwise. He'd spent a century being careful and safe and controlled. Now he would be reckless and dangerous and utterly devoted to the girl who'd seen the monster in him and had chosen to stay anyway. That night, Edward returned to Bella's window as promised. He tapped gently on the glass, quietly enough not to wake Charlie, but loud enough for Bella to hear. She appeared at the window almost immediately, as if she'd been waiting for him, and opened it to let him inside. "Hi," she whispered, and Edward heard the smile in her voice even in the darkness. "Hi," he replied, climbing through the window with fluid grace. "I hope you don't mind the intrusion. I invited you," Bella pointed out. "It's not an intrusion if I want you here." She climbed back into bed, and Edward settled into the rocking chair in the corner, the one that creaked slightly under even his light weight. They looked at each other across the darkness, Bella's heartbeat loud in the quiet room. Edward's stillness, absolute and unnatural. "Tell me about your life," Bella said softly. "About being 17 in 1918. About your human life before all of this." And Edward found himself talking, telling her things he rarely spoke about, memories he usually kept locked away. He told her about his mother's love, about his father's expectations, about the boy he'd been before the influenza had stolen his humanity. He told her about the transformation, about the burning, about waking as something other and having to learn what that meant. He talked until the sky began to lighten, until he had to leave before Charlie woke. And Bella listened with that perfect attention she gave him, her face illuminated by the growing dawn, her mind still beautifully, mysteriously silent. As Edward climbed back out the window, he knew with absolute certainty that he was in too deep to ever escape. He loved her, this human girl with her silent mind and dangerous blood. He loved her more than he'd thought himself capable of loving anything, and that love would either save him or destroy them both. But for now, in this moment, it was enough. She knew what he was, and she'd chosen him anyway, and that impossible gift was worth any price he might have to pay. The days following Bella's acceptance of what Edward was should have been easier. She knew the truth now, understood the danger, had chosen to stay despite all the warnings he'd given her. There should have been relief in no longer hiding, in being able to exist around her without the constant pretense of normalcy. But instead, Edward found himself even more anxious than before, because now Bella wanted more, wanted to know his family, wanted to understand the life he lived beyond their stolen moments in biology class and his nightly visits to her room. And that meant bringing her fully into his world, exposing her to the reality of what the Cullens were, what they'd done, what they continued to struggle against every day. It meant introducing her to his family, and Edward had no idea how that would go. Alice, predictably, was thrilled. Her visions had shown her pieces of Bella's integration into their family, though the images remained frustratingly unclear, always slightly out of focus, as if Bella existed behind some kind of veil that obscured Alice's sight. But what Alice could see suggested friendship, suggested acceptance, suggested that Bella might actually become part of their strange immortal family. Emmett found the entire situation hilarious. Edward could hear his thoughts constantly, full of jokes about Edward finally finding someone who could tolerate his brooding nature, about the irony of Edward falling for the one human whose blood called to him most strongly. Emmett's teasing was good-natured but relentless, and Edward bore it with as much patience as he could muster. Jasper was cautious, his military training making him assess Bella as a potential threat to their security. But he also felt Edward's emotions through his empathic gift, understood the depth of what Edward felt for this human girl, and was trying to be supportive despite his reservations. The thirst was harder for Jasper than the rest of them, his gift making him feel everyone's bloodlust, along with his own, creating a feedback loop of temptation. Being around Bella would be difficult for him, but he was willing to try for Edward's sake. Esme was maternal and welcoming, her thoughts full of joy that Edward had finally found someone who made him happy. She'd worried about him for decades, watched him exist in hollow routine, seen the emptiness in him that never quite filled despite all their efforts to be a family. Bella represented hope to Esme, the possibility that Edward might finally find meaning in his immortal existence. Carlyle was supportive but concerned, his thoughts a mixture of happiness for Edward and anxiety about the dangers this relationship represented. He understood Edward's feelings, even sympathized with them, but he also saw the larger picture, the risk of exposure, the threat of the Volturi's attention, the impossible logistics of a vampire-human relationship. Carlyle wanted Edward to be happy, but he also wanted everyone to be safe, and those two desires were increasingly at odds. And then there was Rosalie. Rosalie's thoughts were sharp with resentment and anger every time Edward's mind touched hers. She saw Bella as an interloper, as someone who was throwing away the precious gift of humanity that Rosalie would give anything to have back. She'd been transformed against her will, had her human life stolen by violence, and she'd never forgiven the universe for that theft. Watching Bella willing court danger, willingly risk the very mortality Rosalie mourned, was intolerable to her. Edward heard it all, heard Rosalie's bitter thoughts about Bella's foolishness, about Edward's selfishness, about the risk this relationship posed to their family, and he couldn't entirely disagree with her assessment. He was being selfish. He was risking their carefully maintained secrecy for his own desires. But he couldn't make himself stop, couldn't make himself choose the safe, rational path over the reckless one that kept Bella in his life. The invitation came on a Thursday. Edward approached Bella after biology, aware of Mike Newton's jealous thoughts and Jessica Stanley's curiosity, and all the other students who watched them together with varying degrees of interest and envy. "My family wants to meet you," Edward said quietly. "Properly, I mean. Not just passing in the hallways at school. They'd like you to come to our house this weekend, if you're willing." Bella's heartbeat accelerated, and Edward wished desperately that he could hear her thoughts in that moment. Was she nervous? Excited? Afraid? Her face revealed little, just a slight widening of her eyes that could have meant anything. "I'd like that," she said finally. "I want to know them. They're important to you, so they're important to me." The simple statement made something in Edward's chest constrict painfully. She wanted to know his family because they mattered to him, as if it were that simple, that obvious, that she would care about the things he cared about. The assumption of connection, implicit in her words, was both beautiful and terrifying. "Saturday afternoon?" Edward suggested. "I'll pick you up. Fair warning though, Rosalie is not enthusiastic about meeting you. She's complicated, and Jasper will keep his distance. Your scent is harder for him than the rest of us, but they're willing to try," Bella said. "That's what matters. They're willing to let me in despite the risks." "For now," Edward said. "But Bella, you need to understand what you're walking into. My family isn't normal. We can pretend to be human, but in the privacy of our own home, we don't bother with the performance. You'll see us as we really are. The stillness, the speed, all the things that mark us as other. Are you prepared for that?" "I don't know," Bella admitted, "but I want to try. I want to understand your world, Edward. All of it. Not just the parts you show me when you're being careful." Saturday arrived grey and overcast, typical for Forks. Edward picked Bella up at noon, aware of Charlie's suspicious thoughts as he watched them leave. Charlie didn't trust Edward, could sense something off about him, even if he couldn't articulate what it was. The protective instincts of a father, combined with the trained observation of a police chief, made Charlie more perceptive than most humans. And Edward knew he would need to be careful around Bella's father. The drive to the Cullen house took them away from town, following winding roads into the forest, until they reached the place Edward had called home for the past 2 years. The house emerged from the trees gradually, all glass and pale wood, modern architecture that seemed to grow organically from the landscape around it. Edward heard Bella's sharp intake of breath and glanced at her, seeing wonder on her face. "It's beautiful," she said softly. "Esme designed it," Edward explained. "She has a gift for creating spaces that feel both modern and organic. She's been working on houses for decades, perfecting her craft." He parked and came around to open Bella's door, hyper-aware of his family waiting inside. He could hear their thoughts clearly. Alice was practically vibrating with excitement. Emmett was amused and curious. Jasper was steeling himself for the assault of Bella's scent. Esme was warm and welcoming. Carlyle was cautiously optimistic, and Rosalie's thoughts were cold and resentful, though she'd agreed to be civil for Edward's sake. The front door opened before they reached it, and Esme appeared, her caramel hair framing a face that radiated maternal warmth despite her marble features. "Bella," she said, her voice gentle, "we're so happy you're here. Edward has told us so much about you." Edward heard Bella's heart accelerate again and wished he could comfort her, could tell her there was nothing to fear. But there was plenty to fear. Actually, she was walking into a house full of predators, entering the home of creatures designed to hunt and kill humans. The fact that his family chose not to act on those instincts didn't make them any less dangerous. Inside, the house was exactly as Bella would have seen it if she'd been there before. Open and airy, with glass walls looking out onto the forest and river beyond. Minimal furniture arranged more for aesthetics than comfort, since vampires didn't need to rest. Everything carefully designed to be beautiful while revealing nothing of what the inhabitants truly were. The family was arranged in the living room with calculated casualness. Alice perched on the arm of a white sofa, her pixie features bright with barely contained enthusiasm. Beside her stood Jasper, tall and controlled, his posture military straight despite the casual clothing. Emmett sprawled in an armchair, his massive frame making the furniture look delicate. Carlyle descended the stairs with the grace of centuries of practice, his kind face welcoming, and Rosalie stood by the window, her spectacular beauty almost painful to look at, her expression carefully neutral. Edward heard all their thoughts simultaneously, Alice seeing fragments of possible futures, Jasper feeling Bella's nervousness and trying to send waves of calm without being too obvious about it. Emmett thinking this was the most entertainment he'd had in months. Carlyle assessing Bella with a doctor's eye, noting her pallor and elevated heart rate. Esme already thinking of Bella as family, as another child to protect and nurture, and Rosalie thinking bitter thoughts about human fragility and foolish choices. "Everyone, this is Bella," Edward said unnecessarily, since they all knew exactly who she was. "Bella, you've met Carlyle at the hospital. This is Esme, my mother for all practical purposes. Alice and Jasper, Emmett and Rosalie. It's nice to meet you all properly," Bella said, her voice steadier than Edward would have expected given her racing heartbeat. "Thank you for having me in your home." "Of course, dear," Esme said warmly, gesturing toward the seating area. "Please, sit. Make yourself comfortable. Can I get you anything? Water? Food? I'm afraid we don't keep much in the kitchen, but I can certainly prepare something if you're hungry." Edward heard the slight humor in Esme's thoughts, the acknowledgement of how strange it was to offer food they couldn't eat themselves. But she was trying, making an effort to be hospitable in the way humans expected. Bella sat carefully on the sofa, and Edward settled beside her, hyper-aware of the space between them, of her scent filling the room, of the way every vampire present was carefully not breathing too deeply. The thirst was there for all of them, though it was manageable, controlled through decades of practice and recent hunting. But Bella's presence made the room feel charged, electric, with controlled tension. "So," Alice said brightly, breaking the careful silence, "Edward says you know what we are, that you've figured out the whole vampire thing." "Yes," Bella said simply. "Edward showed me. In the meadow, in the sunlight. He explained everything." "And you're not afraid?" Emmett asked, his tone genuinely curious. Edward heard his thoughts, wondering what kind of person learned their friend was a vampire and just accepted it casually. "I'm terrified," Bella admitted, and her honesty surprised them all. Edward heard the shift in their thoughts, the reassessment. "I'd be stupid not to be afraid. You're all incredibly dangerous. Any one of you could kill me without effort, but I'm not afraid of Edward specifically, and I trust that the rest of you have the same control he does." "That's a lot of trust to place in monsters you just met," Rosalie said, her voice cool and controlled. Edward heard the bitterness beneath her words, the resentment that this human girl was so casually accepting what Rosalie herself had never been given the choice to refuse. "Rosalie," Carlyle said gently, a warning in his tone. "No, she's right," Bella said, meeting Rosalie's golden gaze directly. "It is a lot of trust. Maybe too much trust. But Edward has proven himself to me. He's had opportunities to hurt me and has chosen not to. That has to count for something." "It counts for basic restraint," Rosalie said sharply. "It doesn't make this safe or smart or anything other than reckless. You're risking your life by being here, by being close to us. Do you understand that? Really understand it?" "I think I do," Bella said quietly. "Edward has been very clear about the dangers, but I've also seen who he is beneath the danger, who you all are. You've chosen to be different from what your nature demands. That matters to me." Edward heard Rosalie's thoughts shift slightly, the bitterness easing just a fraction. She still disapproved, still resented Bella's presence, but there was a grudging respect forming for the girl's willingness to speak plainly rather than pretend everything was fine. The afternoon passed in careful conversation. Carlyle asked Bella about her life in Phoenix, about her mother, about her adjustment to Forks. Esme wanted to know about her interests, her hobbies, the things that brought her joy. Alice chattered about fashion and shopping, already planning future outings despite Bella's obvious discomfort with the topic. Emmett told exaggerated stories about hunting bears, making Bella laugh despite the underlying violence of his tales. Jasper remained mostly quiet, keeping his distance, using his gift to manage the emotions in the room, but careful not to manipulate too obviously. Edward heard his thoughts, the constant assessment of threat levels, the awareness of every vampire's thirst and Bella's vulnerability. Jasper was treating this like a military operation, and Edward was grateful for his brother's careful vigilance. And through it all, Edward watched Bella, noting how she responded to each family member, how she held herself with nervous dignity, how she was genuinely trying to connect with these immortal beings who could kill her so easily. She asked intelligent questions, listened carefully to their answers, and treated them like people rather than monsters. Edward had never loved her more than in this moment, watching her bridge the impossible gap between human and vampire with grace and courage. As the afternoon wore into evening, Alice suddenly went rigid, her eyes losing focus in that particular way that meant a vision was consuming her attention. Edward immediately focused on her thoughts, reading the images flickering through her mind. A storm, thunder rolling across the mountains, the perfect conditions for baseball. Tomorrow night, Alice said when she came back to herself, her eyes finding Edward's. There's a huge storm coming in. We should play. Play what? Bella asked, looking between Alice and Edward in confusion. Baseball, Emmett said with obvious enthusiasm. It's the one sport we can really cut loose with, but we need a thunderstorm to play properly. Why a thunderstorm? Bella asked, and Edward heard the genuine curiosity in her voice. Because of the noise we make, Edward explained. When we hit the ball, when we run, when we collide, we're not exactly quiet about it. We need thunder to cover the sound of us playing. Otherwise, we draw way too much attention. You should come watch, Alice said, her enthusiasm infectious. It's really something to see. We don't get to play often, so when we do, we make the most of it. Edward heard the invitation in Alice's thoughts, the vision she'd had of Bella at the game, of the joy and freedom of playing without restraint. But he also heard something else, something darker, lurking at the edges of Alice's vision, something she wasn't quite seeing clearly, something that worried her. Would that be safe? Bella asked, looking at Edward. Me being there while you all play? You'd stay on the sidelines, Edward said, far enough away to be safe from any stray balls or collisions. We'll be careful. He didn't mention the shadow in Alice's vision, the uncertain danger she couldn't quite see. Didn't want to worry Bella unnecessarily when it might be nothing, might just be Alice's sight being fuzzy around Bella, as it always was. Then I'd love to come, Bella said. I want to see you play, see you being yourself, without holding back. The sentiment touched Edward more deeply than she could know. She wanted to see him unleashed, wanted to witness what he truly was when he wasn't carefully controlling every movement and gesture. She wanted to know him completely, and that vulnerability, that openness, was both terrifying and precious. As evening deepened toward night, Edward drove Bella home, both of them quiet in the aftermath of the afternoon. At her door, Bella turned to him with a smile that made his silent heart ache. They're wonderful, she said softly. Your family, even Rosalie, though I don't think she likes me very much. She doesn't dislike you personally, Edward tried to explain. She dislikes what you represent, the human life she lost, the choices she was never given. It's complicated. I understand, Bella said. Or I'm trying to. This must all be so strange for them. A human knowing what they are, being in their home, being part of your life. I'm grateful they're willing to try. They're willing because they love me, Edward said, because they want me to be happy. And you make me happy in ways I didn't think were possible anymore. Bella reached up and touched his face, her warm fingers against his cold skin. You make me happy too, she said simply, impossibly, recklessly happy. That night, Edward returned to his vigil at her window, climbing the tree and tapping gently on the glass, as had become their routine. Bella let him in immediately, and they talked in whispers until dawn, about his family and her impressions of them, about the baseball game tomorrow night, about nothing and everything. And Edward tried not to think about the shadow at the edge of Alice's vision, the uncertain danger she couldn't quite see. Tried to focus on the present, on Bella's voice and her silent mind and the peace of being near her. But in the back of his mind, unease lingered. Something was coming. Alice had seen it, even if she couldn't identify it. And Edward had learned over decades that Alice's visions were rarely wrong, even when they were unclear. Sunday passed too quickly. Edward spent the day hunting with his brothers, gorging himself on animal blood to ensure maximum control during the game. The thirst needed to be as muted as possible, with Bella nearby, watching them play. Emmett was excited, Jasper was cautious, and Edward was anxious, the shadow of Alice's incomplete vision nagging at him. As evening approached and storm clouds gathered over the mountains, the Cullen family prepared for their game. They dressed casually, knowing they'd be moving through forest and field, knowing they could ruin clothing with their speed and strength. Alice was vibrating with barely contained energy, already seeing pieces of the game in her visions, calling out plays before they happened. Edward picked up Bella just as the first drops of rain began to fall. She was dressed warmly, prepared for spending hours outside in the storm, her face bright with anticipation despite the anxiety he could hear in her accelerating heartbeat. The drive to the clearing took them deep into the wilderness, following roads that were barely more than tracks through the forest. Emmett drove the jeep like he was fleeing pursuers, taking corners at speeds that would have terrified anyone who didn't know his capabilities. Bella gripped her seat but didn't complain, trusting in ways that continued to amaze Edward. The clearing was massive, a meadow carved out of the forest, easily big enough for their purposes. Thunder already rolled overhead, and lightning flickered in the darkening sky. Perfect conditions. The rain fell steadily, soaking everything, but none of them minded. Vampires didn't feel cold the way humans did, and Bella's discomfort was manageable. Carlisle, Esme, and Rosalie were already there, standing in the center of the clearing, as if the storm didn't exist. They turned as the jeep arrived, and Edward heard their thoughts. Excitement from Carlisle, joy from Esme, cold tolerance from Rosalie. Edward helped Bella from the vehicle and guided her to the edge of the tree line, where she'd be safe from any stray balls or vampires moving at full speed. "Stay here," he said, his voice nearly lost in the thunder. "Don't move from this spot. We'll be moving fast, and I need to know exactly where you are at all times." Bella nodded, and Edward kissed her forehead before joining his family in the clearing. The moment he stepped away from her, he felt the loss of her presence, the absence of her warmth, but he also felt something else. Freedom, the permission to move without restraint, to use his full strength and speed, to be completely himself without worrying about appearing human. The game began with Esme pitching to Carlisle. Edward heard the thoughts of his siblings, the competitive drive, the joy of being able to play without holding back. Esme threw the ball with inhuman speed, and when Carlisle's bat connected, the crack of impact was like an explosion, echoing across the clearing loud enough to rival the thunder. The ball rocketed into the sky, disappearing into the storm clouds, and Edward was already running, his feet barely touching the ground, covering impossible distances in seconds. He tracked the ball by sound and instinct, positioning himself perfectly to catch it as it came screaming back down from the clouds. "Out," Esme called, and Edward felt the familiar satisfaction of a good play. They rotated positions, and now Emmett was batting. His thoughts were full of competitive fire, the desire to hit harder and farther than anyone else. When the ball came, he swung with such force that the crack seemed to shake the earth itself. The ball shot away at an angle that defied physics, and both Rosalie and Jasper converged on where it would land. They collided in mid-air with the impact of a small car crash, both reaching for the ball simultaneously. Edward heard their thoughts, the competitive joy, the thrill of being able to move without restraint. Rosalie came down with the ball, and Jasper landed laughing. already planning his revenge next time. The game continued, and Edward lost himself in the pure joy of it. This was what he'd been before Bella, this physical release, this freedom to be completely himself, without apology or restraint. But now, with Bella watching from the tree line, the joy was different, deeper, because she was seeing him truly unleashed and not running, not afraid, just watching with what he hoped was wonder. Edward caught sight of her periodically as he ran and jumped and caught impossible balls. She stood at the edge of the trees, drenched by rain, her eyes tracking their movements, and even from across the clearing, Edward could see the amazement on her face, the awe at witnessing what they truly were. He was mid-leap, tracking a ball Esme had hit into the stratosphere when Alice suddenly froze. Edward felt it immediately, the cessation of her thoughts, the way she went completely still in that particular way that meant a powerful vision was overwhelming her. He landed with the ball but immediately focused on Alice's mind, reading the images flickering through her consciousness. 3 figures emerging from the forest, not family, not expected, vampires, drawn by the sound of their game, nomads, traveling through and curious about others of their kind, and something else, something darker in Alice's vision, though she couldn't see what it was clearly, just a sense of threat, of danger, of something going wrong. Edward's entire body went cold, despite the impossibility of it. Visitors, strangers, and Bella, standing exposed at the edge of the clearing, her human scent about to spread across the meadow on the wind. "Alice?" Carlyle called, noticing her stillness, his thoughts immediately concerned. "Company," Alice said, her voice tight. "3 of them. They heard us playing, and they're coming to investigate. We have maybe 3 minutes." 3 minutes. Not enough time to get Bella away, to remove her from danger, and Edward knew with terrible certainty that this was the shadow Alice had been seeing, the unclear threat that had been lurking at the edge of her visions. This was the moment everything changed, where their secret became exposed, where Bella's knowledge of them became common knowledge among other vampires, and Edward had no idea how to protect her from what was coming. 3 minutes. Edward had 3 minutes to prepare for a threat he couldn't fully anticipate, to protect Bella from vampires whose thoughts he couldn't yet hear, to somehow salvage a situation that was rapidly spiraling toward disaster. His mind raced through possibilities, discarding each as quickly as it formed. They couldn't get Bella away in time, not without the approaching vampires seeing them flee and becoming suspicious. They couldn't hide her, not with her scent already permeating the clearing, carried on the wind and rain. They couldn't fight, not without knowing the visitors' intentions, not without potentially starting a conflict that could draw the Volturi's attention. The only option was to stay, to meet these strangers with apparent openness, to pretend everything was normal, to hope that Bella's presence wouldn't immediately trigger a hunting response. "Bella," Edward called, his voice carrying across the clearing despite the storm. He was at her side in less than a second, moving with the full speed he'd been using during the game. "Put your hair down. Now, stand behind me and don't move. Don't speak unless I tell you to." Bella's hands moved immediately to her ponytail, pulling out the elastic and letting her brown hair fall around her face and shoulders. Edward positioned himself in front of her, his body a shield between her and the approaching vampires, every muscle coiled with protective tension. The rest of his family formed up quickly, creating a loose defensive formation around Edward and Bella. Carlyle took position at the front, his centuries of experience making him the natural diplomat. Esme stood beside him, her maternal instincts sharp and focused. Emmett and Jasper flanked them, both ready for violence if necessary. Alice remained close to Edward, her visions flickering through possible futures, trying to see how this encounter would unfold. And Rosalie took position on the other side, her thoughts sharp with resentment that they were in this situation because of Edward's human pet. Edward forced himself to focus, to push past his own fear, and access the thoughts of the approaching vampires. They were close now, close enough that their minds should be audible. And then, finally, he heard them. 3 distinct consciousness, 3 different thought patterns. The first was sophisticated, cultured, curious about encountering other vampires in this isolated region. The second was calculating and cautious, assessing threat levels, reading body language, and positioning. The third was different, harder to read. His thoughts more focused on sensation than conscious reasoning. A hunter's mind, Edward realized with growing dread. Someone who thought in terms of prey and pursuit rather than complex social interaction. They emerged from the tree line on the opposite side of the clearing, moving with the fluid grace all vampires possessed. The leader was a dark-skinned man with long dreadlocks, his features aristocratic and intelligent, his bearing suggesting both confidence and diplomacy. Beside him walked a woman with wild red hair that cascaded down her back in untamed waves, her feline beauty sharp and dangerous, her golden eyes constantly scanning and assessing. The third was massive, easily matching Emmett's size, with pale skin and honey-colored hair, his features handsome but somehow empty behind the friendly smile. Edward read their thoughts as they approached. The leader, Laurent, was genuinely curious and diplomatic, pleased to encounter other vampires and hoping for friendly interaction. The woman, Victoria, was more cautious, her mind working quickly to catalogue threats and escape routes, to understand the power dynamics of this larger coven. And the third, James, was focused entirely on the scent he'd just caught on the wind. Bella's scent. Edward felt James's mind shift, felt the predatory focus snap into place like a trap closing. James had been idly interested in the other vampires, curious about why so many were gathered together, but now all of that curiosity evaporated. There was prey here, human prey, and James's entire being oriented toward that fact, with the single-minded intensity of a natural hunter. Laurent raised one hand in greeting as they approached, his smile revealing teeth that were just slightly too white, too perfect. "We heard you playing from quite a distance," he said, his voice smooth and carrying a faint French accent. "I am Laurent. These are Victoria and James. We thought we'd see if you'd welcome some new players." Edward heard the diplomacy in Laurent's thoughts, the genuine desire for friendly interaction. Laurent was a nomad who'd grown weary of constantly moving, of the violence that often accompanied vampire encounters. He was hoping this coven might be different, might be open to peaceful coexistence. "I'm Carlyle said, his voice warm but carefully neutral. "This is my family. We're happy to make your acquaintance, though I'm afraid we were just finishing up our game." Edward heard Carlyle's thoughts, the careful calculation of how to be welcoming without inviting prolonged contact. Carlyle was buying time, trying to assess the situation, trying to determine if these nomads posed a threat beyond the obvious danger of James's hunting instincts. Laurent's eyes swept across the Cullens with obvious interest, cataloguing details, noting the unusual size of their coven. "A permanent coven," he said, and Edward heard the surprise in his thoughts. "That's rare." And you seem to have chosen to settle in this area? We maintain a residence nearby, Carlyle said carefully. We find this region suits us well. Edward was barely paying attention to the diplomatic exchange. All of his focus was on James, on the thoughts filtering through that hunter's mind. James was tracking the scent, trying to pinpoint its exact location, his predatory instincts fully engaged. He knew there was a human nearby, could smell the fresh blood, and was already beginning to plan the hunt, even while maintaining his casual stance. Then the wind shifted. Edward felt it before he saw it. The change in air pressure, the shift in direction that would carry Bella's scent directly across the clearing to the three nomads. He tried to position himself more completely between Bella and the visitors, tried to block as much of her scent as possible with his own body, but he knew it was futile. The scent hit James like a drug. Edward read it in his thoughts, the immediate and overwhelming response, the way every other consideration vanished in the face of that smell. James's pupils dilated, his nostrils flared, and his entire body shifted into a crouch before he could consciously decide to move. Edward reacted instantly, dropping into an answering crouch directly in front of Bella, a snarl ripping from his throat that sounded nothing like anything human or civilized. It was pure threat, pure predator, warning another predator away from his territory, from his mate, from the thing he would kill to protect. The sound of Edward's snarl triggered an immediate response from his family. Emmett moved to Edward's side with frightening speed, his massive frame radiating violent readiness, his thoughts full of protective fury. Jasper's military training became evident in the way he positioned himself, angling for tactical advantage, his gift pushing waves of hostility toward the nomads. Even gentle Esme's features hardened into something dangerous, her maternal instincts transforming her into a threat. James had dropped into a full hunting crouch, his body coiled to spring, his eyes locked on Bella with an intensity that made Edward's vision narrow with rage. But Edward couldn't attack, couldn't make the first move without potentially starting a conflict that would draw unwanted attention. All he could do was hold his position and hope that Laurent could control his companion. Victoria had moved beside James, her own posture predatory and ready. Edward read her thoughts, the calculation behind her golden eyes. She was assessing the Cullens' defensive formation, noting the way they'd surrounded the human, understanding that taking this prey would require going through 7 vampires. The odds weren't good, but she was already considering strategies, already thinking about how to separate the human from her protectors. Only Laurent remained standing, his hands raised in a gesture of peace, though Edward could see the tension in his body, the readiness to flee or fight if necessary. "We didn't realize you were traveling with a human," Laurent said carefully, his thoughts genuinely apologetic. "We mean no offense. She's with us," Carlyle said, his voice holding an edge Edward had rarely heard. "She's under our protection." Edward heard the warning in Carlyle's thoughts, the message being sent to these nomads. This human was claimed. Attacking her would mean attacking the entire Cullen coven. And while 3 nomads might pose a threat, 7 vampires with decades or centuries of experience working together were not prey to be taken lightly. But James wasn't thinking about odds or strategy or consequences. His thoughts were consumed with the hunt, with the challenge this situation represented. Edward read it clearly in his mind. The excitement building, the way James viewed this not as a threat, but as the most interesting hunt he'd encountered in years. "You brought a snack," James said, his voice holding a tone that made Edward's snarl deepen. How thoughtful. "She's not food," Edward snarled, his voice barely recognizable as his own. "Back away. Now." For a long moment, nobody moved. The two groups faced each other across the rain-soaked clearing, vampires against vampires, the tension so thick it seemed to have physical weight. Thunder rolled overhead, and lightning illuminated the tableau in stark white flashes, making it look like some primal confrontation frozen in time. Edward was hyper-aware of Bella behind him, of her racing heartbeat and shallow breathing, of the fear radiating from her, even though she hadn't made a sound. He wanted to comfort her, to tell her everything would be fine, but he couldn't look away from James, couldn't give the hunter even a moment of opportunity. Then Laurent laughed, the sound deliberately casual, deliberately breaking the tension. Of course, he said, his thoughts broadcasting diplomatic intent. "We meant no disrespect. We were simply surprised. It's unusual to see your kind traveling with humans." "We don't travel with her," Carlyle said, his tone carefully neutral again, though his body remained tense. "She lives nearby. She's a friend of the family." Edward heard the lie in Carlyle's words, the careful construction designed to minimize Bella's importance, to make her seem less interesting as prey, just a local human they were friendly with. Nothing special, nothing worth pursuing, but James's thoughts revealed he wasn't buying it. No coven formed a protective formation like this around a casual friend. No vampire reacted with Edward's intensity over someone who didn't matter deeply. James could read the truth in their body language, in the way they'd positioned themselves, in the barely controlled violence radiating from Edward. This human was important to them, which made her important to James, because James didn't just hunt for food, he hunted for sport, for challenge, for the thrill of pursuing prey that others wanted to protect. "A friend," James repeated, and Edward heard the speculation in his thoughts, the plans already forming. How fascinating. Victoria touched James's arm, a gentle gesture, but Edward read the calculation in her thoughts. She was signaling him to back down, to wait, to not start a fight they might not win. James had a tendency to become obsessed with challenging hunts, and Victoria could already see this situation spiraling in that direction. Better to retreat now, to regroup, to plan rather than attack impulsively. "We should go," Victoria said, her voice surprisingly soft for someone whose thoughts were so calculated. "We've imposed enough on their hospitality." But James didn't move immediately, still locked in that frozen crouch, still staring at Bella with terrible focus. Edward could feel Bella trembling behind him, could hear her heart racing, and the knowledge that she was afraid made his rage burn hotter. Laurent stepped forward deliberately, positioning himself between James and the Cullens. "We truly meant no offense," he said, his diplomatic mask firmly in place. "Perhaps we could meet again under better circumstances. We'll be in the area for a while, and it would be good to know more about the region." Edward heard the genuine intent in Laurent's thoughts. He really did want peaceful interaction, was already planning to distance himself from James and Victoria if they insisted on pursuing this human. Laurent had seen too much violence, had grown weary of the constant conflicts that characterized vampire existence. He wanted something different, something calmer. "Of course," Carlyle said, though Edward heard the reservations in his thoughts. "You're welcome to visit our home. We can discuss boundaries and hunting territories." "That would be most helpful," Lawrence said. He glanced back at James and Victoria, his thoughts sharp with warning. "Come, let's leave our new friends to their evening." For another long moment, James didn't move. Edward read the struggle in his thoughts, the battle between immediate action and strategic patience. James wanted to attack now, wanted to test himself against the Cullen's defenses, wanted to claim this prey and prove his superiority as a hunter. But he was also intelligent enough to recognize that attacking now would be foolish. 7 against 3, with no element of surprise, with the Cullens clearly prepared to defend their human. The smart play was to retreat, to plan, to wait for a better opportunity. Finally, James straightened from his crouch, though his eyes never left Bella. The smile that crossed his face was nothing like the empty friendliness from before. This smile held promise, held anticipation, held the joy of a hunter who'd just found his next challenge. "Until we meet again," James said. And though he was speaking to Carlyle, Edward knew the words were meant for Bella. A promise and a threat wrapped together. Then the 3 nomads were gone, disappearing into the forest with inhuman speed, swallowed by the darkness and rain, as if they'd never been there at all. But their presence lingered, the threat of them hanging in the air like the smell of ozone after lightning. Edward stood frozen for several seconds after they left, his body still coiled with protective fury, his mind tracking their thoughts as they moved away through the forest. James's thoughts were exactly what Edward had feared. He was already planning, already strategizing, already obsessing over this new hunt. The human girl protected by 7 vampires, claimed by one in particular with such obvious devotion. It was perfect, the most interesting challenge James had encountered in decades. He would have her, would hunt her down and kill her, and prove that no protection was sufficient against a dedicated tracker. "Edward," Carlyle said quietly, his voice cutting through Edward's focus on James's retreating thoughts. "We need to go. Now, before they reconsider." Edward turned finally, his eyes finding Bella. She was pale, her face stark with fear, her entire body trembling, but she hadn't run, hadn't screamed, hadn't done anything to draw additional attention. She'd stayed exactly where he'd told her to stay, trusting him to protect her even in the face of obvious danger. Edward gathered her into his arms without ceremony, lifting her as if she weighed nothing. He needed her close, needed to feel her alive and whole in his arms, needed the reassurance that she was still safe, despite how close they'd come to disaster. The family moved as one toward the vehicles, their earlier joy completely vanished, replaced by grim efficiency. Alice and Jasper flanked Edward and Bella, creating a protective corridor. Emmett and Rosalie took point, scanning the forest for any sign the nomads had doubled back. Carlyle and Esme brought up the rear, their thoughts full of concern and careful planning. Edward placed Bella in the jeep with excessive care, then climbed in beside her. His entire body was still trembling with barely controlled violence, with the need to chase after James and tear him apart for daring to threaten Bella. The only thing stopping him was the knowledge that leaving Bella unprotected would be even more dangerous. Emmett drove with reckless speed, pushing the jeep to its limits on the muddy forest roads. No one spoke. The silence was heavy with shared understanding of how drastically everything had just changed. Edward pulled Bella against his chest, his cold arms wrapping around her, feeling her heart hammering against his ribs. She was shaking, the adrenaline of the encounter finally hitting her now that the immediate danger had passed. "I'm sorry," Edward murmured against her hair, his voice rough with self-loathing. "I'm so sorry, Bella. I should never have brought you there, should never have exposed you to this danger." "It's not your fault," Bella managed, though her voice was unsteady. "You couldn't have known they'd show up." But Edward had known. Alice had seen something, had sensed danger even if she couldn't identify its source, and he'd ignored the warning, had been so eager to show Bella his world, to share that freedom with her, that he'd overlooked the risks. Now James was hunting her, a vampire tracker with decades or possibly centuries of experience, who viewed hunting as sport, who would pursue her with single-minded determination until he either succeeded in killing her or was destroyed himself. At the Cullen house, the family gathered in the living room with grim purpose. Edward kept Bella close, unwilling to let her out of his sight even for a moment. Alice's visions were already flickering through possibilities, trying to track James's movements, trying to see what he would do next. "He's a tracker," Alice said, her voice tight with worry. "I can see that clearly. He won't give up, won't be distracted or discouraged. He's locked onto Bella now, and he'll hunt her until he catches her or one of us stops him. Then we stop him," Emmett said, his thoughts full of violent readiness. "We hunt him down and tear him apart." "It's not that simple," Jasper said, his military training making him see the tactical complications. "Trackers are good at what they do. They're patient, methodical, difficult to predict, and he has Victoria with him, who's clearly smart and cautious. They'll expect us to come after them." Edward was barely listening to the conversation. His mind was occupied with tracking James's thoughts, following the tracker's consciousness as he moved through the forest. James wasn't fleeing the area. He was circling, staying close, already planning his approach, and his thoughts were focused entirely on Bella, on her scent, which he'd memorized perfectly, on the challenge she represented, on the satisfaction he would feel when he finally caught her, when he proved that Edward's protection meant nothing against a dedicated hunter. The rage that filled Edward was beyond anything he'd experienced in his long existence. This vampire, this stranger, was planning to hurt Bella, was thinking about her fear, her pain, her death with anticipation and pleasure. And Edward wanted nothing more than to hunt James down and make him suffer for every dark thought he'd entertained about the girl Edward loved. "Edward," Carlyle said quietly, pulling Edward's attention back to the room. "I need you to focus. We have to make a plan, and I need you thinking clearly, not just reacting." Edward forced himself to breathe, to push past the rage and fear and access the tactical part of his mind that had kept him alive for over a century. "He's not leaving," Edward said. "I can hear his thoughts. He's circling the area, staying close, planning his approach." "Can you tell what he's planning?" Carlyle asked. "Not specifically," Edward admitted. "He's keeping his thoughts fluid, changing his plans constantly so Alice can't lock onto them. He knows we have a precognitive. He's adapting his strategy to account for that." "Smart," Jasper said grimly. "Military tactics. Keep your plans flexible. Make decisions at the last moment. Makes it harder for the enemy to predict you." "We need to get Bella away from here," Carlyle said. "Somewhere James can't find her. Somewhere she'll be safe while we deal with him." "Nowhere is safe if he's determined enough," Edward said, his voice rough. "Trackers don't give up. They pursue their prey for months if necessary, years. And I can hear it in his thoughts, Carlyle. This isn't just about food for him. This is about the challenge, about proving he can take what we're trying to protect. Then we lead him away," Alice said suddenly, her eyes distant with visions. "We create a false trail, make him think Bella is going in one direction while we take her somewhere else. He's a tracker, Jasper reminded her. He'll know if we're trying to create a false trail. He'll be able to tell which scent is fresh and which is just misdirection. Not if we're convincing enough, Alice argued. Not if we make him believe we're trying to hide her obvious trail. Sometimes the best deception is one that looks like failed concealment. Edward considered this, tracking through the logic, trying to think like James would think. It might work, he said slowly, if we're very careful about it. If we make the false trail seem like our best attempt to hide her. Where do we take her? Esme asked, her maternal instincts sharp with concern. Where would she be safe? Phoenix, Bella said suddenly, her voice stronger now, though she was still trembling. My mother lives there. If I'm with Renee, James will have a harder time getting to me. She'll notice if I'm in danger, will call the police, will create complications he won't want. Edward wanted to protest, wanted to keep Bella close, where he could protect her personally, but he also knew she was right. If James couldn't approach her without risking exposure, without drawing human attention, it would slow him down, buy them time to deal with him. Alice and Jasper will take you, Carlyle decided. They'll get you to Phoenix, keep you safe while Edward, Emmett, and I deal with James. Rosalie and Esme will stay here. Maintain the illusion of normalcy. Make it seem like we're not reacting to the threat. I want to stay with Edward, Bella said, her hand clutching his arm. I don't want to be separated from him. You have to go, Edward said, forcing the words out even though every instinct screamed against them. You have to let Alice and Jasper protect you while I deal with James. I can't fight him effectively if I'm worried about protecting you at the same time. He's right, Jasper said quietly. In a fight, protecting someone is a massive tactical disadvantage. We need Edward's full attention on James, not divided between hunting and defending. Bella looked at Edward with those brown eyes that revealed nothing of her thoughts, and he wished desperately that he could hear what she was thinking in this moment. Was she angry? Afraid? Understanding? Her face showed fear clearly enough, but beyond that, he couldn't read her. Okay, she said finally. Okay, I'll go with Alice and Jasper, but you have to promise me you'll be careful. Promise me you won't do anything stupid like sacrificing yourself to stop James. I promise to do everything necessary to keep you safe, Edward said, which wasn't quite the same thing, but was the only promise he could honestly make. They moved quickly after that, packing Bella's belongings, preparing for the separation. Edward accompanied Bella back to her house, where she would need to pack and leave a note for Charlie explaining her sudden departure. They created a story about Renee being sick, about Bella needing to go to Phoenix immediately, about not knowing when she'd return. Charlie was suspicious when Bella told him, his thoughts full of concern and doubt. But Bella was convincing, her genuine fear reading as worry about her mother. And eventually, Charlie accepted the explanation. Edward stayed in the truck, knowing his presence would only make Charlie more suspicious. Then Alice and Jasper were there, taking Bella's bag, guiding her toward their vehicle. Edward walked Bella to the car, hyper-aware that this might be the last time he saw her, that James might find a way past all their defenses, that this impossible love might end in tragedy despite everything they were trying to do. I'll come back to you, Bella said quietly, her hand on his cold cheek. Whatever happens, wherever I have to go, I'll find my way back to you. I know, Edward lied, because he didn't know, couldn't know, could only hope that Alice's visions were accurate and that there was a future where Bella survived this hunt. Then she was in the car, and Alice was driving away, and Edward was left standing in the rain, watching the taillights disappear into the darkness. Jasper's thoughts brushed against his consciousness, full of determination to keep Bella safe, full of confidence in his ability to protect her. Edward returned to his family, where Carlisle and Emmett were already preparing to hunt James. They would create the false trail, leading north toward Canada, making it seem like they were fleeing with Bella. Meanwhile, Alice would take her south and west toward Phoenix, using routes that would be harder for James to track. The hunt began that night. Edward, Carlisle, and Emmett moved through the forest with grim purpose, laying false trails, creating evidence of Bella's passage in places she'd never been. They were careful about it, making it seem like they were trying to hide her scent but failing, leaving just enough trace for a skilled tracker to follow. And through it all, Edward tracked James's thoughts, listening to the hunter's consciousness as he examined their trails, as he followed the false leads, as he gradually became convinced they were taking Bella north. But James was smart, too smart. After 2 days of following their trail, Edward heard the shift in James's thoughts, the moment when suspicion crystallized into certainty. The trail was too obvious, too easy to follow despite their apparent attempts at concealment. James had been deceived, and he didn't like it. The hunter changed tactics then, abandoning the northern trail and circling back. Edward heard it in his thoughts, the determination to find the real trail, to locate where Bella had actually gone. And slowly, methodically, James began working his way through possibilities, eliminating false leads, narrowing his search. Edward called Alice immediately, warning her that James had figured out their deception. Alice's visions shifted, showing her pieces of James's new approach, of the danger closing in despite their best efforts. "He's going to Phoenix," Alice said, her voice tight with worry. "I can see it now. He's figured out where Bella actually went, and he's heading that way." Edward felt cold dread settle in his stomach. James was going to Phoenix, was hunting Bella with full knowledge of where she was. And despite Jasper's military training and Alice's visions, despite all their preparations and precautions, Bella was in danger. "We're coming," Edward said. "Stay with her. Don't let her out of your sight. We'll be there as soon as we can." The drive to Phoenix was torture. Even pushing the Volvo to its limits, even driving through the night without stopping, it would take them over 20 hours to reach Arizona. 20 hours during which Bella would be vulnerable, during which James could be closing in, during which everything could go wrong. Edward drove with reckless desperation, Carlisle and Emmett silent in the car with him. His phone rang constantly, Alice calling with updates, with fragments of visions that shifted too quickly to provide clear guidance. Jasper reporting on Bella's condition, on her fear and her determination to be brave despite the terror she must be feeling. And through it all, Edward listened to James's thoughts, tracking the hunter's progress toward Phoenix, hearing the anticipation building as James closed in on his prey. On the second day, Edward heard something that made his blood run cold, despite the impossibility of it. James had stopped moving. His thoughts had shifted from pursuit to planning, from tracking to strategy. He was in Phoenix, had somehow gotten ahead of them, and he was setting a trap. Edward tried to warn Alice, tried to tell her that James was already there, that they needed to move Bella immediately. But Alice's visions were becoming fragmented, unclear, as if James was deliberately keeping his plans fluid to obscure them from precognitive sight. Then, Edward heard it in James's thoughts. Not just a plan, but an execution. James had found a way to lure Bella away from her protectors, had discovered a weakness in their defenses, and was exploiting it with ruthless efficiency. And Edward was still hours away, still too far to stop what was about to happen, still racing desperately toward Phoenix, while knowing with terrible certainty that he was going to be too late. Edward heard the moment everything went wrong. He was still 3 hours outside Phoenix, pushing the Volvo past every reasonable speed limit, when Alice's vision crystallized with terrible clarity, and her thoughts exploded into his consciousness with the force of a scream. Bella was leaving. Bella was going to James. She'd received a phone call, heard something that had sent her fleeing from the hotel room where Alice and Jasper were supposed to be protecting her. And now she was heading directly into James's trap. Edward's foot pressed harder on the accelerator, the engine roaring in protest. Beside him, Carlyle gripped the door handle with unnecessary force, his thoughts full of concern but also calculation, already planning for what they would find when they arrived. Emmett sat in the back, his mind focused on violence, on the satisfaction he would take in destroying James for daring to threaten Edward's mate. "What did he do?" Edward demanded, speaking to Alice through the phone, even as he read the answer in her panicked thoughts. "How did he get to her?" "Her mother," Alice said, her voice tight with self-recrimination. "He somehow made her think he had her mother. I saw the vision too late, Edward. She was already gone by the time I understood what was happening. She left while Jasper and I were distracted, while we thought she was safe in her room." Edward's hands tightened on the steering wheel hard enough that the metal creaked in protest. James had found Bella's weakness, the one thing that would make her abandon safety and walk directly into danger. Her mother, Renee, who had nothing to do with any of this, who didn't even know vampires existed, who James was using as bait to lure Bella away from her protectors. Except Edward could hear James's thoughts now, close enough that the hunter's consciousness was clear and sharp in his mind, and what he heard made his rage burn even hotter. James didn't have Renee, had never had her. The entire thing was a deception, a recording James had created using footage from Bella's own home videos, manipulated to sound like a current phone call. Bella was walking into a trap for someone who wasn't even in danger. She was sacrificing herself for nothing. "Where?" Edward bit out. "Where is he taking her?" "A dance studio," Alice said, and Edward could see the images flickering through her mind, pulled from Bella's memories since Alice couldn't see the location directly. A ballet studio in a strip mall, somewhere from her childhood. She knows the place, which is why James chose it. Familiar ground makes the prey feel safer, makes them easier to manipulate. Edward knew the place immediately, pulling the information from Alice's vision, from the fragments of Bella's memories that Alice was accessing. He knew exactly where James was taking her, and he knew with terrible certainty that he was still too far away, still wouldn't arrive in time to stop what was about to happen. "I'm 20 minutes out," Edward said, and the words felt like a confession of failure. 20 minutes. An eternity when Bella was walking into the arms of a vampire who wanted to kill her. "We're following," Alice said. "Jasper and I are on our way there now. We'll get there as fast as we can, Edward. We'll stop this." But Edward could hear the doubt in her thoughts, could feel her certainty wavering. Alice's visions were showing her fragments of violence, of Bella in danger, of outcomes that shifted too rapidly to provide clear guidance. The future was in flux, balanced on the edge of possibility, and there was no guarantee they would arrive in time. Edward drove with desperate recklessness, running red lights, weaving through traffic, pushing the Volvo to speeds that would have been suicidal if he were human. Carlyle remained silent beside him, offering no warnings about caution or safety, understanding that nothing mattered except reaching Bella before James could hurt her. And through it all, Edward listened to James's thoughts, listened to the hunter's anticipation as he waited in the ballet studio for his prey to arrive, listened to the pleasure James took in planning this moment, in imagining Bella's fear when she realized she'd been deceived, in anticipating the satisfaction of proving that Edward's protection meant nothing against a dedicated tracker. James had set up a video camera. Edward heard it in his thoughts, saw the setup through James's eyes. The camera was positioned to capture everything that was about to happen, recording evidence of James's victory, creating a record Edward would be forced to watch after Bella was dead. The cruelty of it, the deliberate psychological torture, made Edward's vision narrow with fury. Then Edward heard new thoughts entering his range. Victoria and Laurent, approaching the outskirts of Phoenix, but not heading toward the ballet studio. Laurent's thoughts were conflicted, uncertain about James's obsession with this hunt, considering whether to separate himself from companions who were becoming increasingly dangerous to be around. Victoria's thoughts were more calculating, assessing whether James's fixation on Bella was worth the risk of conflict. With a large established coven, neither of them was going to help James with the actual kill. They were staying back, letting him pursue his obsession alone, ready to flee if the situation turned against them. It was small comfort, knowing that Edward wouldn't have to fight all three nomads simultaneously, but it was something. Edward's phone rang. Bella's number. For one irrational moment, hope flared in his chest, the possibility that she'd realized the deception, that she was calling for help. But when he answered, it was James's voice on the other end, smooth and pleased with itself. "Hello, Edward," James said, and Edward could hear the smile in his voice, could see through James's eyes the phone he'd taken from Bella. "I thought you might like to know that your little human is here with me now." She came quite willingly, ready to sacrifice herself for her mother. It was touching, really, the depth of love humans are capable of despite their brevity. "If you hurt her," Edward said, his voice barely recognizable as his own, "I will make your death last days. I will tear you apart piece by piece and burn each piece separately while you watch. Do you understand me, James? There is no future where you survive what I will do to you if you harm her." "Such passion," James said, his tone mocking. "Such devotion to a creature that will be dead in a handful of decades regardless. But I suppose that's what makes this so satisfying, knowing how much you care, knowing how much this will hurt you. That's the real art of the hunt, Edward. Not just taking the prey, but breaking the one who tried to protect them." The line went dead, and Edward threw the phone with enough force that it shattered against the dashboard. Beside him, Carlyle said nothing, but Edward could hear his thoughts, the concern and the determination, and the absolute commitment to stopping James no matter what it took. "How much longer?" Emmett asked from the back seat, his voice tight with controlled violence. 15 minutes, Edward said, and the words tasted like failure. 15 minutes, during which James would have Bella completely at his mercy. 15 minutes, during which anything could happen, during which James could hurt her in ways Edward couldn't prevent, couldn't stop, couldn't undo. Edward pushed even harder, the Volvo's engine screaming in protest, the speedometer climbing past numbers that should have been impossible. The strip mall appeared on the horizon, and Edward felt the battle between the need for caution and the desperate urgency of reaching Bella before it was too late. He abandoned caution entirely. The moment the car stopped, Edward was out and running, covering the distance to the ballet studio with inhuman speed. He could hear Bella's heartbeat from outside the building, rapid and weak, could hear her labored breathing, could hear the sounds of violence that made his vision narrow to a single point of focus. The door disintegrated under Edward's assault, wood and metal tearing like paper as he burst into the studio. The scene that greeted him would haunt him for eternity. Bella lay among broken mirrors, blood pooling around her. Her leg bent at an unnatural angle. Her face was pale, her eyes glazed with pain and shock, and the scent of her blood hit Edward with overwhelming force. But he barely registered the thirst, barely felt the burn in his throat, because all he could focus on was the damage James had done, the injuries that might already be too severe to survive. James stood over her, his face twisted with satisfaction, and Edward heard his thoughts clearly. The hunter was pleased with his work, proud of what he'd accomplished, already anticipating Edward's arrival and the psychological torture of watching him discover what had been done. Edward's attack was pure instinct and rage. He hit James with enough force to send both of them through the wall into the adjacent unit, plaster and studs exploding around them. Edward's hands found James's throat, his fingers digging into marble flesh, and for the first time in decades, Edward gave himself fully to the monster inside him. He was dimly aware of Carlyle, Alice, Jasper, and Emmett arriving, of their voices calling to him, of Carlyle trying to tend to Bella while the others moved to help Edward destroy James. But Edward's entire focus was on the vampire beneath him, on making him pay for every moment of fear Bella had experienced, for every drop of blood she'd lost, for daring to hurt the one person Edward loved more than his own existence. Emmett joined the fight, his massive strength adding to Edward's fury. Together, they tore James apart, literally, ripping limbs from torso, destroying the hunter piece by piece. Jasper moved with military precision, ensuring James had no chance to escape, no possibility of regathering his strength. Through it all, Edward heard Carlyle's thoughts, urgent and desperate. Bella was dying. The blood loss was severe, the injuries extensive, and there was something else. Venom. James had bitten her, not to drain her, but to transform her, letting the venom spread through her system while he waited for Edward to arrive. The realization hit Edward like a physical blow. James hadn't just been trying to kill Bella, he'd been trying to force Edward's hand, to make him either watch her die slowly from the transformation, or be forced to kill her himself to prevent it. The cruelty of it, the calculated psychological torture, made Edward's rage burn even hotter. Alice appeared beside him, her small hands helping to restrain what remained of James. "Edward," she said urgently, "Carlyle needs you. Bella needs you. Let us finish this." Edward wanted to argue, wanted to personally burn every piece of James until nothing remained but ash. But Alice was right. Bella needed him, and nothing, not even vengeance, was more important than that. He released James to his siblings and ran back to where Carlyle knelt beside Bella, his medical training evident in the way he was assessing her injuries, prioritizing, trying to determine what could be saved and what was already lost. "Her hand," Carlyle said urgently, looking up at Edward with desperate eyes. He bit her hand. "The venom is spreading. You have to suck it out, Edward. Now, before it reaches her heart." Edward felt cold terror settle over him. Suck out the venom. Put his mouth to Bella's wound. Taste her blood. The one thing he'd been resisting for months. the temptation that had driven him away from her that first day in biology, and do it while her blood was freely flowing, while the scent was overwhelming, while every instinct he possessed screamed at him to drink rather than stop. "I can't," Edward whispered, the admission like broken glass in his throat. "Carlyle, I can't. Her blood, I won't be able to stop." "You have to," Carlyle said fiercely. "If you don't, she'll transform. Is that what you want? To condemn her to this existence because you couldn't control yourself?" Edward looked at Bella, at her pale face and glassy eyes, at the way she was barely conscious, barely hanging on. She was dying in front of him, and he had the power to save her. The question was whether he had the strength. He lifted her hand with trembling fingers, seeing the wound James had inflicted, seeing the venom already darkening the veins around the bite. He had seconds, maybe less, before the venom spread too far to be removed. Edward put his mouth to the wound and began to suck. The taste of her blood was everything he'd imagined, and worse. It was intoxicating, overwhelming, more potent than anything he'd ever experienced. Every cell in his body screamed for more, demanded that he drink deeper, that he drain her completely and satisfy the thirst that had been burning in his throat since the moment he'd first caught her scent. But beneath the maddening desire, beneath the monster's demands, Edward felt something stronger. Love, the knowledge that this person in his arms was more important than his thirst, more valuable than any temporary satisfaction. She was Bella, who had seen the monster in him and had chosen to stay anyway, who had trusted him with her life, over and over, despite having every reason not to, who had walked into certain death thinking she was saving her mother, showing a selfless courage Edward had rarely witnessed in his long existence. He could taste the venom mixed with her blood, bitter and wrong, and he pulled it out with careful desperation. His mind was screaming at him to drink, to take more, to satisfy the burning need. But he forced himself to focus on what he was doing, on removing the venom, on giving her a chance to survive this without transformation. Carlyle's hand touched his shoulder. "Edward, stop. The venom is gone. You have to stop now." But Edward couldn't stop. The blood was too sweet, the temptation too strong, and his control was slipping with every second that passed. He could feel himself losing the battle, feel the monster winning, and terror filled him at the thought of killing her himself after fighting so hard to save her. "Edward," Carlyle's voice was sharp, commanding, pulling at him with the weight of centuries of authority. "Her blood is clean. You have to stop now." "Edward, stop!" The words penetrated through the haze of bloodlust, and Edward forced himself to pull away. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done, harder than resisting her scent that first day in biology, harder than the 3 days of transformation, harder than anything in his long immortal existence. But he did it. He released her hand and pulled back, his mouth stained with her blood, his body trembling with the effort of not returning to finish what he'd started. Bella's heartbeat was weak but steady, her breathing shallow but present. She was alive, unconscious and badly injured, but alive. In the other room, Edward heard the whoosh of flames, smelled the acrid scent of burning vampire flesh. His family was destroying James, burning the pieces to ensure the hunter could never be reassembled, could never threaten anyone again. The satisfaction Edward should have felt at James's destruction was distant, muted by his focus on Bella. Ambulance sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. Someone had called for help, though Edward wasn't sure who. Alice, probably, her visions showing her the need for human medical intervention, for explanations that would satisfy the authorities without revealing the truth of what had happened here. "She's going to be okay," Carlyle said quietly, his experienced hands checking Bella's pulse, her breathing, her injuries. "The blood loss is significant, and she'll need surgery for the leg. But she'll survive this, Edward. You saved her." But Edward felt no triumph, no satisfaction in having succeeded. He felt only the crushing weight of what had almost happened, of how close he'd come to losing her, of how his presence in her life had nearly gotten her killed. This was his fault, all of it. James had targeted Bella because of Edward, because she'd been claimed by a vampire, because she'd become important to someone the hunter wanted to break. If Edward had never spoken to her that day in biology, if he'd maintained his distance, if he'd left Forks when he should have, Bella would be safe. She'd be in Phoenix with her mother, living a normal human life, completely unaware that monsters walked among them. Instead, she was lying broken and bleeding in a dance studio, the victim of violence that existed because Edward had been too selfish to walk away. The paramedics arrived, their thoughts loud with concern and professional assessment. They saw the broken mirrors, the blood, the obvious signs of a violent assault. Edward heard their assumptions, their theories about what had happened here. A kidnapping gone wrong, a violent ex-boyfriend. Someone had attacked this girl and done significant damage before fleeing the scene. Edward moved back, letting the humans do their work, letting them load Bella onto a stretcher and begin emergency treatment. Carlyle stayed close, his medical credentials giving him authority to accompany Bella in the ambulance to ensure she received proper care. The rest of the family gathered around Edward as the ambulance drove away. Alice's thoughts were full of guilt that she hadn't seen James's deception clearly enough, hadn't prevented Bella from walking into the trap. Jasper's military mind was already analyzing what had gone wrong, how they'd failed to protect their charge. Emmett was quietly furious that James had gotten so close to succeeding that they'd almost lost someone important to their family. "It's over," Alice said quietly. "James is dead." Victoria and Laurent fled when they heard what happened. "Bella is alive. It's over, Edward." But it didn't feel over. It felt like a pause, like a moment of temporary safety before the next disaster. Because Edward had learned something terrible today. He'd learned that being with him put Bella in constant danger, that his presence in her life was a threat she might not survive. And he had no idea what to do with that knowledge, no idea how to choose between loving her and protecting her when those two things seemed increasingly incompatible. At the hospital, Edward maintained a vigil outside Bella's room, while Carlyle used his medical expertise to ensure she received the best possible care. Edward heard the thoughts of the doctors and nurses, heard their assessments of her injuries: broken leg requiring surgery, severe head trauma requiring monitoring, multiple lacerations requiring stitches, significant blood loss requiring transfusion, but nothing life-threatening, nothing that wouldn't heal with time and proper treatment. She would recover, her body would mend, but Edward wasn't sure his soul ever would. He'd tasted her blood, had drunk from her, had experienced the one thing he'd been fighting against since the moment he'd first caught her scent, and it had been exactly as intoxicating as he'd feared, exactly as dangerous, exactly as difficult to stop. He'd proven to himself that his control was finite, that under the right circumstances he could become the monster he'd always feared he was. Renee arrived the next day, her thoughts full of maternal panic and desperate concern. Charlie followed hours later, both parents converging on Phoenix to be with their injured daughter. Edward heard their thoughts, their questions about what had happened, their desperate need to understand how Bella had ended up in that dance studio, how she'd been so badly hurt. The cover story held an attack, a random act of violence, Bella being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It was thin, full of holes if anyone examined it too closely, but grief and fear made people accept explanations they otherwise wouldn't. Bella's parents were too focused on her survival to question the inconsistencies, too grateful she was alive to push for details that didn't quite make sense. Edward stayed away from Bella's hospital room, knowing his presence would only confuse her parents, would raise questions he couldn't answer. But he watched through the observations of others, heard through their thoughts what was happening inside that room. Bella drifting in and out of consciousness, mumbling words that made no sense to her parents, but that Edward understood perfectly. She was reliving the attack, processing the trauma, trying to make sense of what had happened. On the third day, Bella woke fully. Edward heard it through the thoughts of the nurse checking her vitals, heard Bella's confusion and pain, and the immediate question about whether Edward was there. The nurse didn't know who Edward was, couldn't answer the question, but Edward heard it and felt something crack in his chest at her concern for him, despite everything she'd suffered. He wanted to go to her, wanted to be there when she opened her eyes, wanted to see for himself that she was truly okay. But he also knew he needed to make a decision, needed to determine what came next, needed to figure out whether loving her meant staying or leaving. That night, Edward finally entered Bella's room. Her parents had left, exhausted from days of vigil, and Bella was alone, staring at the ceiling with eyes that held too much knowledge for someone so young. She turned her head when she sensed him, and the smile that crossed her face despite her obvious pain made Edward's still heart ache. "You came," she said, her voice hoarse from days of intubation and trauma. "I've been here," Edward said quietly, moving to stand beside her bed. "I've been watching over you, making sure you were safe. I just couldn't come in while your parents were here." "They don't know," Bella said, and it wasn't a question. "They don't know what really happened." "No," Edward confirmed. "We told them you were attacked, which is true. We just left out the specifics of who attacked you and why." Bella was quiet for a moment, her brown eyes studying his face. "You saved me," she said finally. "Alice told me before she left. She said you got the venom out, that you stopped yourself from drinking too much. She said it was the hardest thing you've ever done." "It was," Edward admitted, the memory of her blood on his lips still vivid and torturous. "I almost didn't stop, Bella. I came within seconds of killing you myself after fighting so hard to save you from James. But you did stop," Bella said firmly. "You chose to stop. That's what matters." Edward wanted to accept her absolution, wanted to believe that choosing to stop was enough. But he knew better. He knew how close he'd come to losing control, how thin the margin had been between salvation and damnation, and he knew that next time he might not be strong enough to make the same choice. "This is my fault," Edward said, the words like broken glass in his throat. "All of it. James targeted you because of me, because you were important to me. If I'd stayed away from you like I should have, if I'd never spoken to you that day in biology, you'd be safe. You'd be living your normal human life, completely unaware that any of this existed." "Don't," Bella said, and there was steel in her voice despite her weakness. "Don't you dare blame yourself for what James did. He was a monster, Edward, a real one. the kind that hurts people for sport. You're nothing like him. I'm exactly like him, Edward said. We're the same species, the same kind of predator. The only difference is I choose to fight my nature, but that choice becomes harder every day. Being near you, loving you, it's the most dangerous thing I've ever done for both of us. He could see the fear growing in Bella's eyes, the understanding of where this conversation was heading. You're thinking about leaving, she said, and it wasn't a question. I don't know what I'm thinking, Edward admitted. I only know that I almost lost you, Bella. I almost watched you die because I was too selfish to stay away, and I don't know if I can go through that again. I don't know if you can survive being close to me. That's not your choice to make, Bella said fiercely. It's mine. I'm the one who gets to decide what risks I'm willing to take, what I'm willing to accept to be with you. And I choose this. Edward, I choose you. Despite the danger, despite everything. Edward looked at her, at this impossible girl who should fear him and didn't, who should run from him and instead was arguing for him to stay. And he realized he was too weak, too selfish, too in love to make the right choice. He should leave her, should remove himself from her life and let her heal and move on and find someone human and safe. But he couldn't make himself do it, couldn't make himself walk away, even knowing it was what was best for her. Okay, he said finally, the word both surrender and promise. Okay, I'll stay, but we do this carefully, Bella. We take every precaution. We make sure nothing like this ever happens again. Deal, Bella said, and the relief in her voice was palpable. Edward stayed with her through the night, sitting in the chair beside her bed, watching her sleep as he'd done so many nights before. But everything felt different now. The innocence of their relationship, the sense that they could somehow make this impossible thing work, had been shattered by James's attack. They'd learned the hard way that the vampire world was dangerous, that knowing about vampires put Bella at risk, not just from Edward, but from every vampire who might see her and wonder why a human knew their secrets. The Volturi remained a distant threat, but Edward knew they couldn't stay distant forever. Eventually, the vampire royalty in Italy would learn that Bella knew about vampires, and when they did, they would come. And then Bella would face a choice she wasn't ready for, a decision between transformation and death, between becoming like Edward or being destroyed to protect the secret of vampire existence. But that was a problem for another day. For now, Bella was alive and healing and choosing to stay with him despite everything. And Edward would take that gift, that impossible grace, and try to be worthy of it, even knowing he probably never would be. The spring dance approached with an inevitability that made Edward both anticipatory and anxious. Alice had taken over the preparations with characteristic enthusiasm, her visions showing her fragments of the evening, pieces of futures that shifted and changed based on decisions not yet made. She'd insisted on taking Bella shopping for a dress, an expedition that Edward heard about secondhand through both Alice's delighted thoughts and Bella's resigned acceptance. The dress Alice chose was simple but elegant, a deep blue that reminded Edward of Twilight, of that liminal space between day and night where he felt most himself. It fell in clean lines rather than the poofy constructions that dominated the other shops. And when Alice had shown it to Bella, Edward had heard through Alice's thoughts. The moment Bella had actually smiled with genuine pleasure rather than polite tolerance. Edward spent the days leading up to the dance hunting obsessively, gorging himself on animal blood until his eyes were bright gold and the thirst was as muted as it would ever be. Being in close proximity to Bella in a crowded room full of humans, having to maintain perfect control while also appearing relaxed and normal would require every bit of restraint he'd built over decades. The thirst was always there when he was near her, a constant burn in his throat, but he'd learned to manage it, to push past it, to choose her over the monster's demands. But the dance would be different. Hours of proximity, of holding her close, of breathing in her scent while surrounded by other humans whose thoughts would be loud and distracting. Edward needed to be as prepared as possible, needed to ensure that no lapse in control would mar what should be a simple, joyful, human experience. The evening of the dance arrived with typical Forks weather, grey and overcast but not actively raining. Edward dressed carefully in the tuxedo Alice had insisted he rent, adjusting the bow tie with hands that would have been trembling if vampires could tremble. He was nervous, he realized with some surprise, nervous about taking Bella to a school dance, about this utterly mundane human ritual, in ways he hadn't been nervous about facing James or any of the other genuinely dangerous situations they'd encountered. Perhaps because the danger here was different. Not physical harm, but social exposure. The risk of revealing too much of what he was to people who were already suspicious, already watching him and his family with curiosity that bordered on uncomfortable. Edward picked up Bella at 7 o'clock. Knocking on Charlie's door with carefully measured force. Charlie answered, his thoughts immediately suspicious and protective, the dual instincts of a father and a police chief converging on this boy who was taking his daughter to a dance. "Edward," Charlie said, his tone carefully neutral. "Come in. Bella's almost ready." Edward stepped into the small living room, hyper-aware of Charlie's scrutiny, of the way the police chief was cataloguing details, noting things that didn't quite fit. Edward's too pale skin, his too perfect features, the way he moved with unconscious grace that seemed at odds with being 17. Charlie couldn't articulate what was wrong, couldn't identify the specific wrongness, but his instincts were sharp enough to sense that something about Edward Cullen wasn't quite right. "You'll have her home by 11, Charlie said, and it wasn't a question. "Yes, sir," Edward confirmed, meeting Charlie's eyes directly, letting the police chief see whatever he needed to see to feel reassured about his daughter's safety. "I'll take care of her, see that you do," Charlie said, his thoughts adding all the things he didn't say aloud. The warnings about keeping his hands to himself, about respecting Bella's boundaries, about the consequences of hurting her. Edward heard it all and felt a strange kinship with Charlie's protective instincts, understanding the drive to keep Bella safe, even if Charlie couldn't know the true dangers Edward was protecting her from. Then Bella appeared at the top of the stairs, and Edward forgot about Charlie's suspicions, forgot about everything except the sight of her. The blue dress Alice had chosen fit perfectly, flowing rather than clinging, elegant rather than showy. Bella had left her hair down in soft waves around her face, and Alice had done something subtle with makeup that made her eyes seem larger, more luminous. She was beautiful. Not in the supernatural way that vampires were beautiful, not with the marble perfection that marked his kind as other, but with a human warmth and vulnerability that made Edward's silent heart ache with the impossibility of what he felt for her. "You look stunning," Edward said, the words inadequate but sincere. Bella blushed, color flooding her cheeks in a way that made her heartbeat accelerate, made her scent intensify. Edward held his breath carefully, managing the thirst, focusing on her face rather than the pulse point visible in her throat. Charlie insisted on taking pictures, wielding his camera with determined enthusiasm, making them pose on the porch and in front of Edward's Volvo. Edward submitted to it with patient grace, understanding that these were the rituals Charlie needed to perform, the normal father behaviors that made this evening feel ordinary, despite all the ways it wasn't. Finally, they escaped into the Volvo, and Edward allowed himself to breathe again, to relax slightly now that Charlie's scrutiny was no longer so immediate. Bella settled into the passenger seat with obvious relief, and Edward heard her quiet laugh. "That was painful," she said. "I thought he was going to interrogate you about your intentions." "He was thinking about it," Edward admitted. "I could hear him considering various approaches, trying to decide how direct he should be. He settled on the oblique warnings instead of the direct confrontation." "The mind-reading thing is going to take some getting used to," Bella said. "Knowing that you hear everything everyone is thinking about us." "Not everything," Edward corrected gently. "Just what they're actively thinking, what's on the surface of their consciousness, and never you. You remain beautifully, frustratingly silent to me." They drove to the school in comfortable quiet, both of them processing the evening ahead. The parking lot was already filling with cars, students emerging in formal wear that ranged from elegant to ridiculous. Edward heard their thoughts as they arrived, the curiosity and speculation about Edward Cullen and Bella Swan, about whether they were actually dating or just friends, about what she saw in him, given his reputation for being cold and distant. Mike Newton's thoughts were particularly bitter as he watched them arrive. He'd asked Bella to the dance weeks ago and had been politely rejected, and now here she was with Edward. The boy Mike had developed an irrational rivalry with, despite Edward having never encouraged any competition. Edward heard Mike's resentment and jealousy and chose to ignore it, focusing instead on helping Bella from the car, on making sure she was steady on her feet, given that her leg was still recovering from the injuries. The gymnasium had been transformed as much as any high school gymnasium could be, decorated with lights and streamers in an attempt to create something magical out of a space primarily designed for sporting events. Students crowded the dance floor, moving with varying degrees of coordination to music that was too loud and too bass-heavy for Edward's sensitive hearing. He adjusted automatically, tuning down the volume in his perception, filtering it to a level that didn't overwhelm. Alice found them immediately, Jasper in tow, her eyes bright with the visions she'd been having all day. "You made it," she said unnecessarily, her thoughts full of pleasure at seeing her visions become reality. "Bella, you look perfect. That dress is exactly right." "Thanks to you," Bella said with genuine warmth. "I never would have found it on my own." "That's what I'm here for," Alice said cheerfully. "Now go dance. The slow song is starting in 30 seconds, and it's perfect for you two." Edward heard the truth in Alice's vision, heard the opening notes of the song beginning just as she'd predicted. He guided Bella toward the dance floor, hyper-aware of the attention they were drawing, of the thoughts that followed them. Jessica Stanley thinking about what a beautiful couple they made. Angela Weber happy that Bella had found someone who clearly adored her. Lauren Mallory thinking catty thoughts about Bella's dress and hair. Eric Yorkie wondering if Edward's family was actually as weird as people said. Edward ignored it all and focused on Bella, on positioning them at the edge of the dance floor where there was less crowding, less risk of accidental contact with other students. He took her carefully into his arms, hyper-aware of her fragility, of how easily he could hurt her if he forgot his own strength. "I should warn you," Bella said quietly. "I can't actually dance. Even before the leg injury, I was terrible at it. I have no coordination whatsoever." "I know," Edward said with a slight smile. "I've seen you walk. Dancing isn't going to be any different. But that's why I'll be doing all the actual work. You just need to stay upright and let me guide you." He began to move, taking most of her weight, his feet doing the actual dancing while hers merely shuffled in place. To anyone watching, it would look like they were dancing together, but Edward was carrying her through the movements, supporting her completely, making it seem effortless and natural. Bella relaxed against him, trusting him to keep her safe, to prevent her from falling or stumbling. Edward felt the warmth of her body against his cold skin, heard her heartbeat loud and steady in his ears, smelled her scent wrapping around him like a physical embrace. The thirst was there, as always, but manageable, controlled, a constant awareness rather than an overwhelming compulsion. "Thank you for this," Bella said softly, her voice nearly lost in the music. "For giving me something normal, something that feels like being a regular teenager rather than someone caught up in a supernatural world." "You're welcome," Edward said, "though I should point out that there's nothing normal about dancing with a vampire. You're just pretending very effectively." Bella laughed, the sound making something in Edward's chest warm despite the impossibility of it. "I'm good at pretending. I've been doing it my whole life, pretending to be okay when I wasn't, pretending to be responsible when I wanted to be reckless, pretending not to care when I cared desperately. This is just one more performance." Edward wanted to ask her what she meant by that, wanted to understand the layers of meaning beneath her words. But the moment wasn't right for heavy conversation, for diving into the complexities of who Bella Swan really was, beneath the careful control she showed the world. So instead, he simply held her closer, moving them through the dance with fluid grace, giving her this moment of normalcy she'd asked for. The song ended, and another began, and Edward continued dancing with Bella, carrying her through song after song, ignoring the curious stares and whispered comments from other students. Let them talk, let them speculate. This moment was for Bella, and he would give her as much of it as she wanted. Eventually, they took a break, finding seats at a table on the edge of the gym. Alice and Jasper joined them, along with Angela Weber and her date, Ben Chaney. Edward listened to their thoughts, to Angela's genuine pleasure at seeing Bella happy, to Ben's quiet contentment with his evening. Normal teenage thoughts, normal teenage concerns, a reminder of what Bella was choosing to leave behind when she eventually chose transformation. Mike Newton appeared at their table, his thoughts bitter and confrontational despite the friendly smile he forced onto his face. "Hey Bella," he said, his voice too loud, too aggressive. "Want to dance? Give Edward here a break?" Edward heard the challenge in Mike's thoughts, the territorial assertion, the attempt to claim some of Bella's attention, despite her obvious preference for Edward's company. It was pathetic and human, and exactly the kind of normal teenage drama that Edward had been avoiding for decades. "No, thank you, Mike," Bella said politely but firmly. "I'm here with Edward, and I'm perfectly happy where I am." Mike's thoughts turned ugly, full of resentment and crude speculation about what Bella saw in Edward, about whether they were sleeping together, about what made the weird pale kid so special. Edward felt his control slip slightly, felt the urge to respond to Mike's thoughts with the violence they deserved. But Bella's hand found his under the table, her warm fingers squeezing gently, grounding him, reminding him that Mike Newton wasn't worth the effort of responding to. Mike left eventually, his thoughts still bitter, but at least he was gone. Edward forced himself to relax, to push past the protective fury that always flared when anyone thought about Bella with anything less than the respect she deserved. The evening wore on, and Edward continued to give Bella the normal high school experience she wanted. They danced, they talked with friends, they pretended that everything about this was ordinary, and for long stretches, Edward almost believed it, almost convinced himself that he could be a normal teenage boy taking his girlfriend to a dance, that the complications of their relationship could be set aside for one evening. But then Jacob Black arrived. Edward heard him before he saw him, heard the determined thoughts approaching the gymnasium, heard Jacob's reluctance and sense of duty warring with his natural desire to avoid confrontation. Jacob was delivering a message, Edward realized, sent by Billy Black to deliver another warning about the dangers of the Cullen family, about the treaty that existed between the Quileute tribe and the vampires. Jacob found them on the dance floor, his thoughts apologetic as he approached. "Hey, Bella," he said, his voice carrying over the music. "Can I talk to you for a minute? Outside?" Edward felt Bella stiffen in his arms, felt her reluctance to leave, to deal with whatever message Jacob had been sent to deliver. But she nodded, and Edward released her carefully, watching as she followed Jacob out of the gymnasium into the relative quiet of the hallway outside. Edward could have followed, could have listened to their conversation through Jacob's thoughts, but he chose not to, choosing instead to give Bella privacy for this interaction, to trust that she would handle whatever warning Billy had sent appropriately. While Bella was gone, Edward found himself approached by Rosalie, her thoughts sharp with the conversation she'd been planning all evening. "We need to talk," she said quietly, "about Bella, about what you're planning." "Not here," Edward said. "Not now. This is supposed to be a nice evening, Rosalie. Can't the lecture wait?" "The lecture can wait," Rosalie agreed, "but my concern can't. You're going to transform her, aren't you? Eventually, you're going to take her humanity and make her like us. And I need you to understand what you'll be taking from her, what she'll never get back." Edward heard the pain in Rosalie's thoughts, the decades of mourning for the human life that had been stolen from her. She'd never wanted to be a vampire, never chosen this existence, and she'd spent nearly a century resenting what had been done to her. And now she was watching Edward prepare to do the same thing to Bella, to take away her humanity and her choices and her future. "She's choosing this," Edward said quietly. "Unlike you, Bella has a choice. She knows what she's getting into, knows what she'll be giving up, and she's choosing transformation anyway, because she's 17 and in love and thinks immortality sounds romantic," Rosalie said, her voice sharp with frustrated concern. "She doesn't understand what she'll lose, the ability to have children, to grow old with her family, to experience life the way humans are meant to. She's throwing all of that away for you, Edward, and you're letting her." "What would you have me do?" Edward asked. "Push her away? Leave her? Condemn her to a life without me when she's made it clear that's not what she wants?" "I don't know," Rosalie admitted. "I just know that I would give anything to have back what she's so willing to discard. And watching her throw it away while thinking she's gaining something valuable, it's painful in ways I can't fully articulate." Before Edward could respond, Bella returned, her expression troubled but determined. Jacob was already leaving, his duty discharged, his thoughts relieved to have the awkward confrontation over with. Edward heard fragments of what Billy had said through Jacob's memory. The warnings about staying away from the Cullens, about the dangers of getting too involved with vampires, about the ancient treaty that kept the peace. "Everything okay?" Edward asked as Bella rejoined him. "Fine," Bella said, though Edward heard the lie in her voice. "Just Billy being overprotective, worried about me spending time with your family." Edward wanted to press, wanted to know exactly what Billy had said, what warnings had been delivered, but the dance floor was not the place for that conversation, and Bella's expression suggested she didn't want to discuss it further right now. So instead, he simply took her back into his arms and continued dancing, giving her the normalcy she'd asked for, setting aside all the complications and dangers for a few more hours. As the evening drew toward its end, as the last slow song began to play, Edward found himself overwhelmed by the impossibility of what he felt for this girl in his arms. She should fear him, and didn't. She should run from him, and instead was choosing to stay. She should see the monster, and instead was seeing something worth loving, worth fighting for, worth sacrificing her humanity to be with. "I love you," Edward said, the words slipping out before he could stop them, raw and honest and terrifying in their vulnerability. "I know I shouldn't, know it's dangerous and selfish and completely irrational, but I love you more than I thought I could love anything, Bella Swan." Bella looked up at him, her brown eyes shining with emotion he couldn't read, and Edward wished desperately that he could hear her thoughts in this moment, could know what she was feeling behind that carefully controlled expression. "I love you too," she said simply, "and there's nothing irrational about it. We just are, Edward. We just love each other, and everything else, all the complications and dangers and impossibilities, we'll figure it out together." The song ended, and the lights came up, and the magic of the evening began to dissipate as students started leaving, heading to after parties and parking lot gatherings. Edward guided Bella toward the exit, supporting her carefully, aware that her leg was probably aching after hours of standing and dancing. Outside, the night air was cool and damp, typical for Forks. Edward helped Bella into the Volvo, his movements automatic, his mind still processing the evening, the conversations with Rosalie, and the warnings from Jacob, and the simple, perfect moment of dancing with Bella while she told him she loved him. The drive back to Bella's house was quiet, both of them lost in thought. Edward could hear the usual sounds of Forks at night, the thoughts of people settling into their evening routines, the quiet hum of a small town winding down. Charlie would be waiting up, he knew, protective and suspicious as always. At Bella's house, Edward walked her to the door, hyper-aware that this was likely the last moment of privacy they'd have tonight. Charlie's thoughts were audible from inside, alert and waiting for his daughter's return. "Thank you," Bella said quietly, "for tonight, for giving me something normal and beautiful and uncomplicated." "It wasn't uncomplicated," Edward corrected gently, "but it was beautiful. You were beautiful." Bella reached up and touched his face, her warm fingers tracing the line of his jaw in a gesture that had become familiar over the months they'd been together. Edward closed his eyes at the contact, overwhelmed by the simple intimacy of her touch, by the trust implicit in her willingness to touch someone who could kill her so easily. "I meant what I said," Bella murmured, "about loving you, about choosing this. Whatever comes next, whatever complications we have to face, I'm choosing you, Edward. Always." "I know," Edward said, opening his eyes to meet her gaze. "And I'm choosing you, even though I know I shouldn't, even though I know it puts you in danger. I'm too selfish to let you go, Bella. Too in love to make the right choice." "Then we'll be selfish together," Bella said. "We'll choose love over safety, connection over caution, and we'll deal with the consequences as they come." The door opened before Edward could respond. Charlie standing in the threshold with carefully neutral expression and loudly suspicious thoughts. "Bella," he said, "good to see you home on time." "Edward, Chief Swan," Edward said, releasing Bella reluctantly, stepping back to give her father space. "I'll see you tomorrow, Bella." He waited until she was safely inside, until Charlie had closed the door between them, before returning to his car. But he didn't drive away immediately. Instead, he sat in the Volvo, watching the house, hearing the thoughts inside as Charlie interrogated Bella about her evening, as Bella deflected with the skill she'd developed over months of maintaining secrets. Eventually, Edward drove home, returning to the glass house in the forest, where his family waited. They were gathered in the living room, all of them except Carlyle and Esme, who were out hunting, and Edward heard their thoughts converge on him as he entered. "How was it?" Alice asked, though her visions had already shown her fragments of the evening. "Complicated," Edward said. "Beautiful and complicated and impossible. Like everything with Bella, she's going to choose transformation," Jasper observed, his empathic sense reading the certainty in Edward's emotions. "Sooner rather than later, if her feelings are anything like what I'm sensing from you." "I know," Edward admitted. "She's already decided. The rest is just me accepting what she already knows." "And when she does choose it," Rosalie said, her voice still sharp but less hostile than it had been, "when she asks to be transformed, will you do it? Or will you make someone else carry that burden?" Edward was quiet for a long moment, considering the question he'd been avoiding for months. Could he be the one to transform Bella? Could he bite her with the intention of changing her rather than killing her? Could he inflict those 3 days of burning agony on someone he loved more than his own existence? "I don't know," he said finally. "I want to say no, want to say I can't be the one to damn her, but I also know I'm too possessive to let anyone else do it, so I genuinely don't know what I'll do when the time comes." "You'll do what's necessary," Carlyle said, entering the room with Esme beside him, their hunt completed. "When the time comes, when Bella chooses transformation, you'll find the strength to give her what she's asking for, because you love her more than you fear what you'll have to do." Edward wanted to believe Carlyle, wanted to accept that he would find the strength when it mattered, but the memory of her blood on his lips, the memory of how hard it had been to stop drinking in the ballet studio, haunted him. What if he couldn't control himself? What if the transformation became a feeding? What if he killed her while trying to save her? These were the questions that kept him awake during the long nights, the fears that circled endlessly in his mind while he sat in Bella's room watching her sleep. She trusted him with her life, with her future, with her very humanity, and Edward wasn't certain he deserved that trust, wasn't certain he was strong enough to bear the weight of what she was offering, but he also knew he would try. When the time came, when Bella asked for transformation, Edward would attempt to give her what she wanted, even knowing he might fail, even knowing the risks, even knowing that success meant condemning her to the same existence he'd spent a century resenting, because loving Bella meant giving her choices, even when those choices terrified him. It meant accepting that she knew her own mind, that she understood the trade-offs, that she was capable of making decisions about her own future despite being so young. That night, Edward returned to his familiar position outside Bella's window. He tapped gently on the glass, and she appeared immediately, opening the window to let him inside despite the late hour. She was still in the blue dress, hadn't changed yet, and Edward wondered if she'd been waiting for him, hoping he would come. "I knew you'd come," Bella said, confirming his suspicion. "I've been sitting here waiting, hoping you wouldn't make me wait too long." "I'll always come," Edward said, settling into the rocking chair. "As long as you want me here, I'll keep coming." They talked in whispers until dawn, about the dance and the future, about transformation and the complications it would bring. Bella asked questions about what it felt like to be a vampire, about the thirst and the enhanced senses and the decades of existence. Edward answered as honestly as he could, trying to paint a realistic picture without making it seem too terrible, trying to balance truth with hope. And as the sky began to lighten, as Edward prepared to leave before Charlie woke, Bella asked the question he'd been dreading and anticipating in equal measure. "When?" she asked. "When can I be transformed? When will you change me?" "After graduation," Edward heard himself say, the decision making itself without conscious thought. "After you've finished high school, experienced everything you can as a human. Then, if you still want it, if you're absolutely certain, we'll talk about transformation." "I'll still want it," Bella said with absolute conviction. "I already know that, Edward, but I'll wait. I'll do things your way. I'll live my human life first, because I love you. And if waiting is what you need, then I'll wait." Edward kissed her forehead gently, his cold lips against her warm skin, and then he climbed back out the window into the emerging dawn. He ran through the forest back to his home, his mind full of what had just happened, of the promise he'd made, of the future that stretched ahead of them. Bella would graduate in a year, one more year of humanity, of warmth and mortality, and all the fragile beauty that came with being human. And then, if she still wanted it, if she was still certain, Edward would have to find the strength to transform her, to bite her with the intention of creating rather than destroying, to give her the eternity she was asking for, even knowing what it would cost her. It terrified him, this future they were building together. But it also filled him with something he'd thought lost forever when he'd woken from his own transformation all those decades ago. Hope, the sense that immortality might be more than just endless years of hollow existence, that with Bella beside him, forever might actually feel like a gift rather than a curse. The sun rose over Forks, weak and watery through the perpetual clouds, and Edward stood in the forest looking toward the town where Bella slept. One more year of her humanity, one more year to prepare himself for what came after, one more year to exist in this twilight space between what they were and what they would become, and then eternity, together, for better or worse, in darkness and in light, through all the complications and dangers and impossible beauties that came with loving someone enough to transform everything for them. Edward closed his eyes and let himself imagine it. Bella as a vampire, her brown eyes transformed to gold, her fragile humanity replaced with marble strength. She would be magnificent, he knew, would be powerful and graceful, and everything she already was, just amplified, eternal, unchanging. The thought should have filled him with grief for what she'd lose, but instead, selfishly, impossibly, it filled him with anticipation. For the first time in his long existence, Edward Cullen looked forward to forever. Because forever, with Bella, would be enough, would be everything, would be worth any price either of them had to pay. He opened his eyes to the grey morning and smiled, a real smile that reached the eyes that had seen too much darkness and were finally learning to see light again. Whatever came next, whatever complications the future held, they would face it together, and that impossible promise was worth everything. For 100 years, Edward Cullen existed without living. He moved through decades like a ghost, perfect and hollow, convinced he was damned beyond redemption. He had resigned himself to eternal emptiness, to silence that wasn't silence at all, but rather the deafening noise of every mind but his own. Then came Bella Swan, with her quiet mind and dangerous blood, and everything changed. She saw the monster and loved him anyway. She offered him something he'd thought impossible: connection, meaning, a reason to exist beyond mere survival. The future remains uncertain, balanced on the knife's edge between human and immortal, between safety and love. Edward knows he should let her go, knows that keeping her is selfish, possibly fatal, but he also knows he cannot leave, cannot return to that hollow existence now that he's tasted what it means to truly live. So he watches her sleep, treasuring every human heartbeat, every breath, every moment of her fragile, precious mortality. He has chosen love over wisdom, presence over safety, and though the darkness still calls to him, though the monster still lurks beneath his skin, he has found something worth fighting for. This is not an ending. This is only the beginning of forever, however long forever is allowed to last.